In this lesson, we're going to discuss I'm going to show you how to install virtual machines by using a piece of software known as VirtualBox. Now, whether you're using .org, when you're using a virtual machine, you are creating a self-contained area with a new operating system and all. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to secure virtual machines when using a program like VirtualBox. Now, when you're using a virtual machine, you are creating a self-contained area with a new operating system and all those applications inside of it. If I was using something like a Linux machine or a Windows machine on top of my Mac machine, like I am in this example, by default, that virtual machine is fully isolated from the underlying host operating system. So if I have a file on my Mac, I can't get it easily into a Windows guest or a Linux guest. But VirtualBox does have the ability for you to do that. Keep in mind though, when you do this, you are loosening some of your security restrictions. So let's go ahead and look at all the settings one by one and talk about how they operate from a security perspective and an operations perspective, so you can make the valid choices that you need to get your operations done while maintaining the best security you can. To do this, simply click on the virtual machine you want to configure, whether it's in this case Kali Linux or if you had a Windows Machine 1, and then click on Settings. From here, you're going to see a basic or an expert mode. What I'm going to do is make this a little bit larger so it's easier for us to see, and what I'll do is I'll stretch this out. There we go. And then from here, you can see under General, these are all of the different settings I have. I have the name, the type, what version it is, and all of those pieces of information. And then up here, if I go to Advanced, you'll get additional details like the snapshot folder and where your shared clipboard is and the drag and drop. Now, these are two things that are operationally relevant, but they do decrease your security. So in this case, you can see for higher security levels, we have those disabled by default. If you want to be able to have a shared clipboard, which means that if I'm working in a program on Linux and I want to copy something, such as text from a web page or a document, and paste it into another one on my physical Mac machine, which is my host, I can't do that right now because I don't have a shared clipboard. If instead, I click here and I go from host to guest, which means from my Mac machine to this Kali machine, that's a one-way transfer into the virtual machine. Or I can go guest to host, meaning taking data from my Kali machine and bring it to my host machine, which is either Windows or Mac, depending on your system. Or we can do bidirectional, where you can copy and paste between both of them. Again, for better security, I do leave this disabled. We're creating a self-contained area with a new operating system and all those applications inside of it. If I was using something like a Linux machine or a Windows machine on top of my Mac machine, like I am in this example, by default, that virtual machine is fully isolated from the underlying host operating system. So if I have a file on my Mac, I can't get it easily into a Windows guest or a Linux guest. But VirtualBox does have the ability for you to do that. Keep in mind though, when you do this, you are loosening some of your security restrictions. So let's go ahead and look at all the settings one by one and talk about how they operate from a security perspective and an operations perspective, so you can make the valid choices that you need to get your operations done while maintaining the best security you can. To do this, simply click on the virtual machine you want to configure, whether it's in this case Kali Linux or if you had a Windows Machine 1, and then click on Settings. From here, you're going to see a basic or an expert mode. What I'm going to do is make this a little bit larger so it's easier for us to see, and what I'll do is I'll stretch this out. There we go. And then from here, you can see under General, these are all the different settings I have. I have the name, the type, what version it is, and all those pieces of information. And then up here, if I go to Advanced, you'll get additional details like the snapshot folder and where your shared clipboard is and the drag and drop. Now, these are two things that are operationally relevant, but they do decrease your security. So in this case, you can see for higher security levels, we have those disabled by default. If you want to be able to have a shared clipboard, which means that if I'm working in a program on Linux and I want to copy something, such as text from a web page or a document, and paste it into another one on my physical Mac machine, which is my host, I can't do that right now because I don't have a shared clipboard. If instead, I click here and I go from host to guest, which means from my Mac machine to this Kali machine, that's a one-way transfer into the virtual machine. Or I can go guest to host, meaning taking data from my Kali machine and bring it to my host machine, which is either Windows or Mac, depending on your system. Or we can do bidirectional, where you can copy and paste between both of them. Again, for better security, I do leave this disabled unless you have a use case where you need to be able to copy and paste things between those two. In addition to that, we have drag and drop. Because you're using this as a smaller application on a larger system, I can actually drag files back and forth between the two, such as going from my Kali machine onto my Windows desktop or my Mac desktop, simply by dragging and dropping. By default, this is disabled, but you do have the ability to go host to guest to host, or bidirectional based on your needs. Then we're going to go ahead and look at our description. This is just an area where you can put notes to yourself about what this virtual machine is about. For example, this VM is used for penetration testing demonstrations. The password to log in is whatever you want to put there, right? And I wouldn't necessarily put a password here because that's a bad security practice, but you may want to give yourself a password hint or something like that, especially if you have lots and lots of virtual machines, or put other identifying information that you would want in this case. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that last part and just leave it with this VM is used for that. After that, we can go to disk encryption, and this is another security feature. Remember, this entire machine, including its virtual hard drive and all the virtual processes, is just a file on my host operating system. So if I want to encrypt that, I would simply click on Enable Encryption, and then I can choose which encryption cipher I want. And in my case, I'm going to use AES XTS 256 plain 64, because that's the strongest level of encryption supported by VirtualBox at this time, and then you'll give it a nice, long, strong password. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and do exactly that. And then you have to confirm that password. And once you have that in, you should be good to go. And then we'll look at our next section, which is the motherboard, processors, and acceleration. Here you see that we have 8 gigs of RAM because that is what we installed when we built this machine. We have a virtual floppy disk, a virtual optical disk, and a virtual hard disk. We have a PII X3 chipset, which is basically what virtual motherboard we're using, whether we have a TPM module or not. Because we're using a virtual machine that is Linux-based, we don't need a TPM. But if we were doing Windows, you would want to have a TPM installed, which is a trusted platform module. In this case, it's a virtual trusted platform module. Your pointing device is a USB tablet in this case, which is basically the same thing as my USB mouse. And then we have Enable I/O API-C, which is going to give you input-output APIC information, which allows you to be able to do things with that support. And so I'm leaving that on. We actually enable hardware clock.
You're on a Miro board titled Comptia A+.
What is TPM?
Comptia A+ is an entry-level IT certification earned by passing 2 exams that validate skills in troubleshooting, maintaining...
What is TPM?
Comptia A+ is an industry-recognized...
TPM.
TPM stands for Total Productive Maintenance. It's a proactive approach to involve everyone in maintaining and improving equipment and production systems to maximize efficiency and avoid
It says TPM none, and it's under system when we're dealing with virtual machines. Trusted Platform Module. What does that mean?
A Trusted Platform Module, or TPM, is a secure hardware chip used to store cryptographic keys and perform security functions like encryption and device authentication.
Gotcha.
It helps ensure hardware integrity and security for things like encryption keys. Let me know if you want more detail on how it's used with virtual machines.
UTC time, which means we're going to be using universal time instead of my local time. And then we can enable EFI if we need that instead of a BIOS-based operating system. And some newer operating systems may need that. And if you have EFI, you can also enable secure boot, which is a good thing too. But in this case, we don't need that because we're using Kali Linux. Next, we'll go to processor. And the processor we're using here, we're using 4 out of my 16 physical cores in this virtual machine. And we have an execution cap anywhere from 1 to 100%. If you wanted to make sure that this only uses up to 50% of your processing capability, you could do that. But in my case, I'm going to go ahead and leave that with 100%. And then you can enable things like PAE NX or enabling nested VT or AMD-V. Now, what does this do? Well, this nesting allows me to have a virtual machine that is hosting other virtual machines. So maybe on my Windows system, I want to have a Linux system in there. And then in that Linux system, I can have a Mac system, a Windows system, and a Linux system as virtual machines underneath that. And that's what this nesting allows us to do. Next, we have acceleration, and under acceleration, we are going to check that this allows hardware virtualization with nested paging and gives you better performance. Under that, we have displays, and you can see our screen ability here. We have 16 megabytes of video memory, we have 1 monitor installed, and we are allowing a 300% scale factor currently, and you can scale this up or down as needed based on your size of your screen. And then we have our graphics controller and enabling 3D acceleration if we want that on or off. I'm going to go ahead and turn that on, and then going to go ahead and hit OK. Next, it sees I have an error here, so I'm going to highlight that. It says disk encryption error. It requires the extension packs to be installed. So we can't enable disk encryption yet because we haven't installed the extensions. So to enable that disk encryption, we are going to have to download the extension pack from VirtualBox's website, and I'll show you how to do that in a second here. And so for right now, I will go ahead and disable the disk encryption since we can't turn on until those extensions are in there, and I'll hit OK to save the rest of my settings. Once we've done that, we're going to go back into our settings, and we're going to look at a couple of other options here. So underneath our system settings, let me go ahead and expand that one more time. Next, we're going to click on storage, and under storage, you will see all of our different devices. There is no security here because, again, the disk encryption is that security feature. After that, we have audio. Under audio, this allows you to have audio input or output. For example, do you want to connect a microphone to the system? Right now, we have output allowed, but we do not have input allowed, and that's better for security purposes as well. Under network, we have the enabling of our network adapter, which is a NAT, which is a network address translation, which gives me access to the internet. If I wanted to isolate the system from the internet, I can do that by creating what's called a host-only network, and you'll see that here under host-only network. There's several other options you can use as well, such as only being on the internal network, so I can connect to other virtual machines, for example, or using a bridge adapter or other things like that. But again, for our purposes, to connect to the internet, we want NAT, which is network address translation. Next, we have our serial ports. Under our serial ports, they're currently turned off because most of us aren't using serial ports, but if you have a use case for that older technology, you can turn it on. Then we have our USB controller, and currently we're using USB 2.0, which allows OHCI plus EHCI controller. This will allow us to use USB 2.0 speeds. If we want to go to USB 3.0, because we're using something like an external hard drive with this virtual machine, we would simply click on that. In addition to that, we have what's known as a USB device filter. If I connected a new USB device and I wanted to connect to the Kali machine instead of to my host machine, I would do that by clicking on this little plus sign and then selecting the device I want. For example, if I wanted the webcam to be able to be used, I can make my Apple FaceTime webcam being used by the Kali machine instead of my operating system, which is Mac, for my other applications. This allows you to connect things like external hard drives, mice, keyboards, and other devices to this virtual machine if you need to. If you want to get rid of that filter, just click on the X and it'll go away. And then the final thing we have down here is our shared folders and user interface. When we talk about our shared folders, you will see that right now there are no shared folders, but if I want to create a shared folder, I can click on the plus and then select a path. For example, maybe I want to make sure that my downloads folder from my Mac machine is accessible inside of my Linux machine. And to do that, I would go ahead and create a mount point, for instance, mnt/downloads. And then I can make that read-only, so information can only go one way, that's into the Linux machine, or I can leave that unchecked and allowing bi-directional communication. So if I put files in this mount point on the Linux system, it will show up in my downloads folder on my Mac, and the same holds true in reverse. And then we can click on auto mount, which means it will automatically mount that for me inside of the Kali environment, so I don't have to do all that configuration myself. Once you're done with all of that, you'll see at the bottom we do have the user interface and the ability of changing the way things look, whether they're normal, full screen, seamless, or scaled. And again, that's more of a user experience thing as opposed to a security thing. When it comes to virtual machine security, the biggest things to consider is the shared folders. It's also the other one is going to be our being able to send things back and forth under the advanced tab with that bi-directional copy and paste from the shared clipboard and the dragging and dropping and the disk encryption. All right, if we want to be able to do disk encryption, let me show you that real quick. We're going to go back over to virtualbox.org, and from here you'll see the VirtualBox extension pack. You will accept the license, and then it will download that for you. Once it has been downloaded, we will open up our downloads folder, and we will double click on that VirtualBox extension pack, and this will allow us to install it directly into VirtualBox by hitting install, scrolling through the agreement, clicking on I agree, and then putting in your username and password again. Now that I put in my username and password, we have installed those, and we can click on settings, and then we can go into that disk encryption like we were trying to do before, turn that on, give it that XPS256 encryption cipher, and then giving it a password. Once you're done entering that password twice, you'll be able to go ahead and click OK, and now that file on the hard drive will be fully encrypted. And at this point, we have a fairly isolated Kali Linux machine, except for the fact that we have connected to the internet by allowing that NAT or network address translation on the adapter, and we've created this shared folder. We have encrypted the hard drive to give us some better security, and we have disabled the copying and pasting function through the clipboard and the dragging and drop capability from the virtual machine to the host or the host to the virtual machine. As you can see, there's lots of ways to configure this, and it really depends on what you need for your operational needs and what level of security you want to be able to provide.
Hi there, how can I assist you right now? Sure, a trusted platform module is a dedicated security chip built into many passwords and certificates, allowing secure boot and protection.
I think no for system.
when it needs it. RAM is considered to be one of the cheapest and fastest ways to increase the performance of your computer system as well. In this section of the course, we're going to discuss system memory, which is also known as RAM or random access memory. Now, random access memory is used to load applications and files into a non-persistent, fast storage area so the processor can rapidly access the data when it needs it. RAM is considered to be one of the cheapest and fastest ways to increase the performance of your computer system as well. For the typical office workstation, you're going to need at least 16 gigabytes of RAM installed in that system, whereas a good gaming computer or server will have 32 gigabytes or 64 gigabytes or even more of RAM in that system. Now, in this section of the course, we're again going to be focused on hardware or domain 3. As we go through this section, we'll be covering objective 3.3, which states that you must be able to compare and contrast RAM or random access memory characteristics. As we begin this section, we're going to begin by taking a look at how memory is addressed in a computer system, including the differences between how you can address a 32-bit or 64-bit processor-based system when dealing with memory. Next, we'll be discussing the different types of memory modules that can be used in different types of computer systems, including DDR3, DDR4, DDR5, and SODIMM modules. Then, we'll move into a discussion of multi-channel memory and how it's used to increase the overall performance of our systems in accessing our memory, including single-channel, dual-channel, triple-channel, and quad-channel configurations. After that, we'll move into our coverage of a special type of memory known as error-correcting code or ECC. Error-correcting code is a special type of memory that's often used in server environments so the memory can identify if there's an issue with the data being read from, written to, or stored in a given ECC memory module, and then correct it before utilizing that data during its operations. Then, we're going to be covering the concept of virtual memory, which is essentially a special type of file placed on your storage device that you can use when you run out of physical memory. While this does allow your computer to simulate, emulate, or pretend that it has more memory than it physically does, it really will slow down your system because hard disk and solid-state devices are much slower than physical RAM modules, and if you're trying to use this hard disk or solid-state file as part of your busy computer system, it is going to slow down the system, but again, it is something you should be aware of and how you can configure it. Next, we're going to perform a short demonstration where you'll learn how to install memory into a computer system properly and safely by putting in a hardware module. Finally, we'll take a short checkpoint quiz to check your knowledge and review the results so you can know why the right answers were right and the wrong answers were wrong. So, if you're ready, let's dive into our coverage of system memory in this section of the course. In this lesson, we're going to talk about random access memory, simply called memory inside of your system, and how we address that memory. First, before we talk about how to address memory, we need to have a better understanding of what memory is and what it does for us inside of our computer system. Before we talk about processors, we talk about the fact that the processor does all the computations, but it has to have a place to store data and instructions before it does those computations. Inside of the processor itself, it has a very high-speed memory known as a cache. This cache is a very small amount of space, but it is extremely fast. Now, when you run out of cache space, the next type of memory you have in your system is what we call random access memory, or system memory. Now, this memory is still fast, but not nearly as fast as that cache memory. Now, what ends up happening is the processor is going to use the cache memory first, and as it uses the data from that cache memory, new information is going to move from the system memory into the cache, and it keeps moving this as a pipeline process, going from the system memory to the cache, and then being processed and executed using the CPU. In addition to the system memory, we also have something known as storage, and storage is things like hard drives, USB drives, CD-ROMs, and DVDs, and things like that. These mass storage devices will be able to hold a lot more data than memory can, but they are much slower. So, if I want to load up a new PowerPoint on my system, it's usually stored on my hard disk, which is a mass storage device. When I tell my computer I want to read that, the processor is going to send a signal over to the hard drive and say, where is that data? That data then moves from the hard drive to the system memory, and from the system memory, small pieces of that can then be brought into the cache and then worked on. Where is that data? That data is going to send a signal over to the hard drive, and I tell my computer I want to read that, the processor is going to send a signal over to the hard drive and say, where is that data? That data then moves from the hard drive to the system memory, and from the system memory, small pieces of that can then be brought into the cache and then worked on by the processor. This is how this all works together inside of your system. So, I want you to keep this in mind when you think about the different places that data is stored in the system. We have mass storage devices, which are more of a permanent storage area. When you power off the computer, the data on those mass storage devices will still remain. But then we also have this temporary storage area called RAM or system memory. And this is an area that is considered non-persistent storage because when you power off the computer, everything in RAM is going to be lost. So as we're working with different files, we're going to place them temporarily into RAM. That way we can work with them in a much faster manner. And then when we're done with them, they'll get saved back to the hard drive, which is that permanent storage device. So when you think about system memory or random access memory, known as RAM, this is a dynamic and constantly changing area, and it operates really fast in comparison to our mass storage devices like hard drives and CD-ROMs. To give you an analogy of what this looks like in the physical world, think about your office. In your office, you have a desk, and in your desk, you only have so much space, but when things are on top of your desk, you can quickly get to them because they're already out in the open and you can reach out and touch them. Now, in addition to the 3 or 4 files you may have open on your desk, you also have probably hundreds of files sitting in a filing cabinet. Now, that filing cabinet is more like your hard drive. It's your mass storage device, whereas your desktop is more like your RAM. So when things are in RAM, they're easier to access, quicker to access, and you can work with them at that given time. But when you're done with it, you should then fold that file up, put it away in the filing cabinet so that it's there when you need it in a week or 2 weeks or a year from now, and that frees up more space on your desktop for you to pull out other files and work with those. That is exactly what RAM is used for. It's this temporary space that is constantly changing and evolving. So because our mass storage devices are so slow, we often want to put more things into RAM, but RAM is limited. If we look at your hard disk, you might have a 500 gigabyte or 1 terabyte or even 4 terabyte mass storage device. But when you look at your memory, you might have 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes, or if you're lucky, maybe even 32 gigabytes of space. This means you have much less.
What's like a general like amount of gigabytes you would have for a storage device? Like a standard one?
For everyday devices, common storage sizes are 256 gigabytes, 512 gigabytes, or 1 terabyte. It depends on whether you're talking about phones, laptops,
Like,
or
just like say average. Try to be as average as possible.
for consumer devices, a typical laptop might have 256 or 512 gigabytes of storage, while many smartphones range from 128 to 256 gigabytes.
So I'll just say 256. And then let's say that you have 256 storage device. What's like standard equivalent to memory?
For memory, or RAM, a common standard size today is 8 or 16 gigabytes, with many new systems offering 16 gigabytes as the baseline.
Okay, and then what about cache?
Typical desktop or laptop processors have 4 to 12 megabytes of L3 cache. High-end
Well, how much?
Most desktop CPUs today have around 12 to 30 megabytes of L3 cache, with 12 megabytes being a common lower end.
Common lower end is 16 and 256 a common lower end for memory and storage.
Yes, 16 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes of storage are often considered entry-level or standard baseline.
Okay, and what's cache? Is it equivalent to cache? You said 12 megabytes?
Yes, cache is a small, fast memory on the CPU. L3 cache commonly ranges from about 12 to 30 megabytes, helping speed up access to frequently used data.
Okay, and then what if we wanted to,
Could you clarify what you'd like to do? I'm listening. What would you like to know or do next?
Yeah, let's say that we wanted to put 12 megabytes as the standard. What is 16 gigabytes going to be in terms of x, 1x?
If we treat 12 megabytes as 1x, then 16 gigabytes is roughly 16,000 megabytes. Dividing 16,000 by 12 gives you around 1,333x.
1,000.
Right.
1,033x?
Yes, roughly.
Okay, and what about 256 to 1?
If 12 megabytes is 1x, then 256 gigabytes is about 256,000 megabytes. Divide that by 12, and you get roughly 21,333x.
21,333x?
Exactly, 256 gigabytes is about 21,333 times bigger than 12 megabytes. Keep in mind, these comparisons are just approximate.
Okay, so
What would you-
1,000 times, and then storage is roughly 20 times.
Yes, in broad terms, a 256 gigabyte storage device is about 20,000 times larger than a 12 megabyte cache. They serve different roles, but
And
that's
a storage device. And what's 256 to 16 gigabytes?
divide 256 gigabytes by 16 gigabytes and you get 16. So 256 is 16 times larger than 16.
Okay.
Let me know if you need more comparisons or have other questions.
Would we say this is like similar in terms of speed too when we do this comparison? That's like just pure storage, but would we say the same for speed or not?
No, that comparison is only about capacity.
I know, but like, is it similar in terms of capacity? Where RAM, because like storage is like much more than RAM, but RAM is like way more than cache. So I'm wondering if it's like you do the reverse kind of in speed. Like RAM is faster than storage, but cache is way faster than RAM.
Exactly. Cache is the fastest, then comes RAM, and storage is much slower.
Could we calculate speeds?
Sure, cache speeds are measured in nanoseconds, RAM in tens of nanoseconds, and storage in microseconds or milliseconds.
So what's standard speed of cache?
L3 cache in modern CPUs is generally over 400 gigabytes per second in bandwidth, roughly twice as fast as typical DRAM.
400 gigabytes per second or gigabits per second?
That figure refers to bandwidth, so about 400 gigabytes per second. It's a measure of how fast
I
data.
thought speed we typically measure in terms of. I thought we typically measure speed in terms of bits instead of bytes.
You're right that network speeds and some data transfer rates use bits per second, while computer memory bandwidth often uses bytes per second.
Okay, let's go there.
Sure, cache speed is typically measured in bytes per second, but it's often converted to bits per second by multiplying by 8.
Okay, so but 400 gigabytes per second is how fast cache goes. How fast does RAM go?
Typical RAM bandwidth is around 45 to 96 gigabytes per second, depending on the type and system.
45 gigabytes per second, you said?
Yes, typical.
Okay, and then what about storage?
Modern SSDs can deliver from about 500 megabytes per second to over 7 gigabytes per second, while traditional hard drives average around 100 to 200 megabytes per second.
100 megabytes, you say?
Storage devices vary, but a common speed for consumer solid-state drives is about 500 megabytes per second for SATA SSDs and around 3,000 to 7,000 megabytes per second for NVMe SSDs.
Okay, so 500 megabytes per second, 45 gigabytes per second, and 400 gigabytes per second is like standard for storage, memory, and cache speeds.
In general terms, storage like SSDs might be around 500 megabytes per second, RAM can deliver roughly 45 gigabytes per second, and CPU cache bandwidth can reach around 400 gigabytes per second.
Okay, so now if we start with storage as the 1x, what is 500 megabytes to 45 gigabytes?
Yes, using storage as the baseline at 1x, RAM at about 45 gigabytes per second is roughly 90x.
90x, and then what about 400 to 45?
400 gigabytes per second divided by 45 gives about 8.9x. So cache is roughly 9 times faster than RAM.
9x.
That's right, about 9 times faster.
Okay.
If you have another question or need clarification, just let me know.
Okay.
Got it. Whenever you're ready to dive into something else, just ask.
RAM available than you do a hard disk. So what the memory does is it acts as a disk cache. This way, we can pull files from the disk into memory, work on them, and then replace them back onto the mass storage device when we're done. This lets the RAM act as a faster temporary storage area for those recently used and commonly used pieces of data from that hard disk to allow us to have quicker operations. This is because RAM is going to be able to seek out data really, really fast, whereas a traditional hard disk has to actually spin a disk until it finds the right part and then pull the data off of it, and this is much slower. We call this a mechanical system, whereas when we use RAM, we're using an electronic system that can access any piece of that RAM with near instantaneous speed. This is because RAM is what's considered a solid-state device, and there's no excessive load times like you have with mechanical devices like a hard drive, DVD, CD, or even Blu-ray disc. This means that we can operate really fast in terms of nanoseconds, which is billionths of a second, while your hard disk and other magnetic media is going to be considered very slow and operates in the thousandths of a second, known as milliseconds. So you can see there's a huge difference in speed here, which is why we want to put our files into RAM while we're working on it. So what you're going to find as a technician is that one of the most common things you're going to do in upgrading a system is actually upgrading the RAM and taking it from 4 gigabytes to 8 gigabytes, or 8 gigabytes to 16 gigabytes, or 16 gigabytes to 32 gigabytes. By increasing the amount of RAM, you can seriously speed up your system because you're removing that barrier of having to read and write as much data from the hard drive by being able to have more files open and be able to do more work at any given time. Alright, now that we've covered the basics of RAM and why we need to use this system memory instead of relying on our hard drive for everything, it's important to talk about limitations with RAM based on its addressing. Now, when the processor needs to reach into the RAM and get something, this is known as addressing the memory. This is because inside of that RAM and that storage that it has, each of that has a different unique address, and that's how we reference the piece of data being stored in that particular piece of RAM. Now, between the processor or CPU and the memory, we have something known as a memory controller. And in between the memory controller and the processor, we have a bus. Now, a bus is simply a pathway for us to transfer data, and that memory controller is almost like a traffic cop, directing traffic and telling the CPU and processor how to access different parts of the memory. Now, when you look at the bus, there's actually two parts of it, as each of that has a different unique address from the hard drive by being able to have more files open and be able to do more work at any given time. Alright, now that we've covered the basics of RAM and why we need to use this system memory instead of relying on our hard drive for everything, it's important to talk about limitations with RAM based on its addressing. Now, when the
I'm here if
processor
you
needs
need
to reach
anything,
into the RAM
just let
and
me
get
know.
something, this is known as addressing the memory. This is because inside of that RAM and that storage that it has is known as Now, when the processor needs to reach into the RAM and get something, this is known as addressing the memory. Hard drive for everything, it's important to talk about limitations with RAM based on its addressing. Now, when the processor needs to reach into the RAM and get something, this is known as addressing the memory. This is because inside of that RAM and that storage that it has, each of that has a different unique address.
So the processor talks to RAM and then RAM talks to storage, or
Yes, generally the CPU communicates directly with RAM, and when data isn't in RAM, the system fetches it from storage.
okay, so first
Exactly.
CPU is going to talk.
The CPU
Hold
first
on,
checks its
hold
cache.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Sure, the CPU checks its cache first,
Hold
then
on, bro.
then it requests data from.
Stop, bro.
That's the base.
Stop. Okay, so the CPU talks to RAM, and then RAM talks to storage, and then storage sends the signal back the data to memory, and then memory talks to, and then memory sends the data to cache.
It actually works in parallel steps. The CPU first looks in its cache for data. If it's not there, it pulls from RAM. If RAM doesn't have it,
What do you mean it pulls from RAM?
when the CPU needs data, it checks its cache first. If the data isn't there, it grabs it from RAM because RAM is the next.
It grabs it from RAM and brings it to the cache?
Exactly. The CPU fetches data from RAM and stores it in cache so it can access it faster the next time. The cache is like a small, super fast workspace right next to the processor, and it's constantly updated with the most frequently used data from RAM.
But CPU can only work with memory that's in cache, right?
The CPU prefers to use data in cache because it's fastest, but if the data isn't there, it goes to RAM.
But it doesn't use the data that's in RAM, it brings that data from RAM to the cache, and then it does something with it, right?
That's right.
Okay, so it only uses data that's in the cache.
Yes, the CPU executes instructions directly on data in the cache.
So we could say CPU wants data. So first checks cache, if it's not there, then it pulls it from memory, and if it's not there, then the CPU, let's say it's not in memory, what does the CPU do next?
RAM pulls it from storage, then the CPU pulls it from RAM into cache.
The CPU requests it from storage, and it tells the RAM, like, hey, can you get this from storage? And then storage gives it to RAM.
Exactly, storage supplies the data to RAM, and then the CPU pulls it from RAM into the cache for processing.
So we can say, like, C1.
Yes.
And M would be 2, and then storage would be 3. So it looks in those 3 places. If it's not in C, then it'll go to M. If it's not in M, then it'll go to S. And then if it's not in S, then it just freaks the fuck out or what?
Right. If the data isn't in cache, RAM, or storage, the system can't find it, and you'll get an error because there's nothing left to pull from.
And the cache exists within the CPU, or?
Yes, the cache is built directly into the CPU,
Okay,
so it
and
can
when
be.
you say addressing memory, we're talking about looking the CPU asking RAM for data, or the CPU actually taking that data from memory and bringing it to the cache? Which one is addressing memory, or is it include both?
Addressing memory refers to the CPU locating data by its address. That process includes checking cache.
When you say locating, you mean looking for it or actually finding it?
Locating means the CPU looks up where the data should be in memory, and then it fetches it from that location. It's both identifying and retrieving.
That's addressing memories, identifying and retrieving.
Exactly.
Rest
Anything
in
else
assembly
you'd like to
reference
clarify?
the piece of data being stored in that particular piece of RAM. Now, between the processor or CPU and the memory, we have something known as a memory controller. And in between the memory controller and the processor, we have a bus. Now, a bus is simply a pathway for us to transfer data, and that memory controller is almost like a traffic cop, directing traffic.
Okay, so before the CPU goes to memory, at first it goes to the memory controller. Is that same thing for memory to storage or no? Alright, so we'll just focus on this. So that's the memory controller, and then the thing that's between the memory controller and the thing that's between the memory controller and the CPU is called the bus. And is it like the CPU? Because the CPU is made up of parts that are not the cache, right? Okay, so when the CPU looks for data, first it'll look inside the cache, and then the CPU will then look inside of memory, or it'll send a request to memory saying like, hey, can you bring me this data? And it's the CPU that's actually sending that request, not the cache, right? Or it uses the cache to send that request. Okay, so the CPU sends the request to the memory controller, and then the memory controller sends the request to memory. Okay, and then let's say that memory actually has it. Then memory will send that data back to the memory controller. And then the memory controller will send it directly back to cache, or it'll send it to the CPU, and then the CPU will put it in cache. And the bus is, what is the bus? Okay.
And telling the CPU and processor how to access different that storage that it has, each of that has a different unique address, and that's how we reference the piece of data being stored in that particular piece of RAM. Now, between the processor or CPU and the memory, we have something known as a memory controller. And in between the memory controller and the processor, we have a bus. Now, a bus is simply a pathway for us to transfer data, and that memory controller is almost like a traffic cop, directing traffic and telling the CPU and processor how to access different parts of the memory. Now, when you look at the bus, there's actually two parts of the bus. There's the pathway that's used for data and being able to send and receive information, and then there's an address pathway as well that helps us determine where in the memory that data is located.
Okay.
So when you look at the width of the data pathway or the data bus, this is going to determine how much information can be transferred with each and every clock cycle.
Is there how many buses are there between the, let's just say, the CPU and the memory controller? Because it sounds like there's two pathways, like two literally physically different pathways that go from the CPU to the memory controller, or is there like more than two? Because there's also the pathways coming back, or do they use the same for going to and from?
Typically, a CPU and a memory controller communicate over a single bus or set of channels that handle both directions of data flow. Modern systems use high-speed serial links like DDR channels, which are bidirectional and full duplex, meaning data can go both ways on the same connection.
Okay, so they use the same bus, though? It's one singular bus between the CPU and memory controller, and data goes to and from?
In most modern systems, the CPU and memory controller share a single bidirectional bus or interconnect that handles both sending and receiving data. It's designed to carry data in both directions, but it manages which direction at any given moment. If you're diving deeper into
Can you only send data to or from? Data can't be sending and receiving at the same time.
typically, a memory bus is bidirectional but not full duplex. That means it can carry data in both directions, but only one direction at a time.
Okay.
Yes, a typical memory bus is shared for both sending and receiving, so data moves in one direction at a time. Chipsets and newer memory technologies use strategies like dual channel or separate buses to increase performance, but each bus is still half duplex. If you need more details or examples,
No, we're straight actually, like the number 8 actually.
sure. In the binary numbering system, 8 is represented as 1000, meaning it's 2 to
Oh, that's good. Fuck you. But okay, but the path. Sorry, excuse my language. But the pathway for the pathway. He's saying there's a data pathway and address pathway. So is this different types of data, or is literally like the bus itself has different pathways within it?
The address bus carries the location information telling memory what to access, and the data bus carries the actual data. They operate in parallel, so addresses go out on one set of wires, while data moves on another.
But they go out at the same time.
Yes, the address and data buses are separate, so the CPU can send an address and then immediately send or receive data. They don't carry two different things at the exact same instant, but the sequence is very fast. Address first, then data, making it feel simultaneous.
But they go through different pathways. Like if we go back to the highway analogy, it seems like okay, to say that it's bidirectional means that it's one singular road, like bidirectional versus duplex. Like bidirectional would mean it's one singular road that you can send data on, and then they close off that it's like a traffic car, right? You know, like how sometimes they'll be working on one side of the road, so there's only one lane open. But cars will go through one way, and then they'll stop the cars from coming that way, and then the cars will come the opposite way. That's what you mean by bidirectional, it sounds like?
That's a good way to think of it. A bidirectional bus is like a single lane road where traffic alternates directions. Data goes one way, then the control switches, and data goes the other way.
Okay, but when you say pathways, are you talking about two separate lanes, or is it still only one lane?
In the highway analogy, the address and data buses are like two separate lanes, one for addresses, one for data.
So there's one highway, but you can have different lanes within that highway?
That's a good way to picture it. There's one physical connection, but within that connection you have separate groups of wires, lanes, for addresses and data.
Okay. So then I'll just put two arrows, I guess, then.
Two arrows?
Yeah. Okay. So then you have,
Right.
So then, hold on. Okay, so then we have the data pathway and we have the address pathway, and both of these pathways are bidirectional.
The data bus is... Right, so the data bus lets information move both ways, but the address bus typically only sends addresses from the CPU out to memory. Let me know if you want more detail.
Oh, data goes both ways, but the address one only goes one way?
Exactly. The CPU sends addresses out to memory, but data can travel both ways between them.
Okay, cool. So, and then what about from the memory controller to memory?
From the memory controller to the memory modules, there are separate address and data buses as well. The address lines go one way from the controller to the memory, and the data lines are bidirectional for reading or writing data.
Okay.
Take your time. If you have more questions about how those buses work, just let me know.
Why do they call them that's the thing that's confusing is, I guess it's the thing that carries the data, kind of, but like, it's not really the thing that carries the data, it's just the thing that holds the data, which is, I guess it is kind of like a bus, but it's not actually like the wire itself isn't moving. That's what's confusing about it. You know what I mean?
I get what you mean. Bus refers to the set of wires or traces that carry signals. The wires themselves don't move, they simply transmit electrical signals representing data or addresses. The term just makes it easier to talk about all those lines together.
Okay, so then my next question is gonna be, so it sends, but it can only send one at a time. So it's two separate lanes, but one car can only be driving down one lane at a time.
That's correct. Even though there are separate lanes for address and data, the data bus is half duplex, only one direction at a time. The controller coordinates
But no, I'm saying it's two different wires, right? You're saying physically. So my question is like the two different wires can be sending data at the same exact time, or data can be going through both wires at the same exact time, or not?
No, the data bus lines themselves are shared, so they carry data in only one direction at a time. Even though there are multiple physical lines for bits, they all switch direction together, either reading or writing.
No. I'm talking about data and address. So, like, for example, let's say that the CPU is sending a certain amount of data, and then it's also sending an address for that data, right? Is that kind of how it works? It sends a singular address, and then it sends also a bunch of data, or it sends multiple addresses?
The CPU sends an address first to specify where to read or write, then the data follows using that address. Each address corresponds to a chunk of data. If multiple chunks are needed, the CPU sends multiple addresses in sequence. Exactly. The address goes out first on its own lines, and then the data travels on the data lines.
Is it like first the memory controller sends the address, but why does the CPU wait for the address? Because does the memory controller like need time for it? Because if the CPU is not receiving anything back, the CPU doesn't get any new information. Unless the CPU sends the address, and then the memory controller sends the data back to the CPU, and then the CPU sends the data back to the memory controller.
The address is needed first so the memory controller knows the exact location to fetch or store data. After the address is sent, the controller either sends the requested data back to the CPU for a read or accepts data from the CPU for a write. It's like telling a friend which book you want before they hand it to you.
Okay, let's stay on the highway analogy. So it's like you have a car that you send to the memory controller, and that car has a person that's driving down the highway, and within that car you have the actual address itself. So so you have the actual address itself, and that person gets to the location, and they have, let's say, a piece of paper. Like let's say they have a piece of paper, and they give that piece of paper, or let's just say you send like a self-driving car, and that self-driving car has a piece of paper with the address located on it. So the memory controller can be like the traffic, like the toll people or something, or like a rest stop. Like the CPU is home base, M2 is like the storage unit, and the memory controller is the person that you meet at the like the rest stop or something like that. Or we could picture hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna say it's something like
Think of it this.
Okay, wait. Stop. Okay, so
No problem.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the analogy. So we have the CPU, which is gonna be the big boss, right? The big boss is going to be sending the address, which is gonna be a piece of paper with the address on it. So it's a paper with address. Okay. And then the items will be the data, and then they will be driving with a car, using a car, so that we can say like the car is the bus or something like that. Well, no, it's the bus is going to be the highway, so we'll just call the bus the highway. Hold on, don't talk, for favor. Okay, so
Sure.
shit me. Okay, so then we have items, and then we have paper with A, And now to make it like to try to make it like as analogous as possible, we'll think of the memory controller as the storage what can we call this person? Storage manager. Okay, so we have the storage manager, the SM. We'll call him the storage manager. So, or yeah, storage director. So, and that person is essentially going to tell you where. Like, there's a thing that is the storage locker. It's like a big storage like arena or something like that. It's like this huge like base with a bunch of houses, right? So we'll just call it like a base. And then the cache is gonna be like the locker at the boss's house, the boss's house, right? So first, the boss is going to look inside his house to see if the item he needs is in there. If it's not in there, then he's going to send the paper with the address of where the address of the house that he thinks is gonna have the data that he needs. Is that kind of like how the beginning step would work, or?
Yes, that's close. First, the CPU checks its own cache. If the data isn't...
No. Keep with my analogy. So we got the boss, which is the CPU, the boss's house, which is the cache. We got the highway as the bus. We got the data as the items. We got the address as the paper with an address, and then we got the highway as the bus. We got the storage director, or base director, we call them the base director, which tells you like which house to go to or whatever. It tells you like which. Well, the base can have like, just to make it more simple, we can just say like, because just each memory location, like the address is related to a specific memory location, and is that memory location gonna have a bunch of different data in it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we'll just have a lockers, and those lockers will have a bunch of items in there. So right now, the boss wants the way it starts is the boss wanting a very specific piece of data, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so then the boss will look inside his house to see if the data is not there. Let's say the data is not there, then what happens?
Then the CPU sends the address to the memory controller, who finds the right locker.
No, I need you to use my analogy. We can bring the analogy back to reality, but first let's stay in the analogy one.
Sure. If the boss doesn't find the item in his house, he gives the paper with the address to the storage director, who knows exactly which locker in the big base.
But he sends the paper with the address to the base director. It's base director instead of storage director. I changed it, but the base director, let's call it container director, and the base is the memory, and it contains a bunch of the container base is going to have just a bunch of different containers, which are locations in memory, right? Each container has an address. Yeah. So the boss is going to send the data. Sorry, he's going to send the paper with the address on it. The address, we'll just call it the address of the container, which is the specific location inside of the base where he thinks that item will be. To make it more simple, we'll just call it base director, and we won't call it a base. We'll just call it a base director, base director and base. So, and the address within the base, there's going to be items at that address within the base. So he sends the address to the base director, right, over the highway.
Yes,
So he sends the address to the base director, and then the base director receives that address. What does the base director do next?
The base director looks up that address in the big base, finds the container at that spot, retrieves the item's data inside, and sends them back over the bus to the boss. Ready to keep going?
But how does that work? So the base director then sends that same address to the base, or no?
Exactly. The base director takes that address and passes it to the base.
Okay, so the base director receives the address, and then he sends the address to the base. Okay, and then so it's like you can picture a car driving down a highway. The car gets to the base, and then the base director, and then the car is like, where the fuck do I go? And the car has the address, but he doesn't know how to get there, and then the base director essentially sends that car to the base.
Exactly.
And then once he gets to the base, then what happens? Does that address then just arrive at the base, or does it arrive at the address arrives at the address of the base?
In the analogy, the address travels to the base director, who then guides the car directly to the specific container or memory location.
But the base director doesn't exist within the base, does he?
In the analogy, the base director is separate, more like a central office that knows where all the containers are. It receives the address and directs the request to the correct spot within the base.
But he directs the address to the spot? Like, doesn't that sound kind of weird?
Think of it like this. The base director knows the map of the base. When the address arrives, it points the request to the exact container inside the base where the item should be.
But he requests the address is like an address with an address request, or it's just an address?
In this analogy, it's just the address. The CPU sends the specific memory address, and the base director knows how to locate the corresponding container and retrieve whatever items are stored at that spot.
But the base director sends like the car with the address, right? He sends that person who has the address. He sends that person to the base, but it's just the address that arrives there. Like, that person isn't also carrying data, right? Like, he just arrives at the address, but then what?
In the analogy, once the person with the address reaches the base, they show the address to find the correct container. The container
But they show the address to who?
They essentially present that address to the base, which in reality is the memory hardware. The base uses that address to locate the right container and then sends the requested data back to the CPU.
But I don't understand what's the point of if it's just the base is just going to redirect if the base is just going to redirect the address to the address, then what's the point of the base director? Because
In the analogy, the base director is there to help find the right container quickly. Without it, the CPU would have to search the entire base. The director knows the layout, so when it receives the address, it immediately points to the exact location, making the retrieval much faster.
Okay, so is it like, is it, the thing that's confusing to me is I'm picturing the address as a person with an address, but like, it's more like they like throw a piece of paper or something.
Think of it this way. The base director is like a traffic controller. The CPU sends a request with the address, and the base director makes
a request with the address, can we just think of that as a piece of paper? Like they just throw a piece of paper. Yeah, like let's just say it's like you program. Can you just like program a self-driving car?
Sure. Imagine that piece of paper with the address is like
No. The address exists within a self-driving car. So, actually, no. Let's picture. I think it's easier if we picture it as a piece of paper inside of a ball. So, the boss is gonna throw that piece of paper, the piece of paper of the address, to the base director. The base director is going to receive it. They're going to catch it, and then they're going to look at the address, and then they're going to send that address. They're going to throw that address to the base, or they're going to throw that address to that specific address within the base.
In the analogy, the base director would throw that piece of paper to someone inside the base who can fetch the data from that specific address. It's not just sent to the base in general, it's directed to
the base has like a base, like another base director or something?
In our analogy, the base director is like the entry point of the memory system. The boss throws the address to the base director, who then directs that address to the specific spot within the base where the item resides. there isn't another base director inside, just a system that uses the address to locate the correct container. Essentially, the base director ensures the address gets to the right place inside the base.
So the base director throws the piece of paper straight at the right location?
In the analogy, yes. The base director uses the address to directly send the request to the exact location inside the base.
Okay. Alright. So...
What else would...
Okay. So like they send that, the base director receives the piece of paper, so the boss kind of just sends the, like, does the base director have a bunch of different locations, or?
In the analogy, the base director knows all the container locations and sends...
So the boss throws the piece of paper at the base director catches it, reads it, and is like, oh, okay, I know what that is, and then they throw that piece of paper directly at that location in the base.
Right.
Okay, and then what happens next? And so far, it's just the piece of paper with the address on it, right? No actual data, right?
Correct. It's just the address, no payload yet.
Okay, so then once the piece of paper reaches the base, the right location within the base, what happens?
At that point, the paper acts as a routing instruction for the base. The base uses it to fetch and deliver the actual data to where it needs to go.
So then the base, there's like a person inside the base, or it's like the base itself?
Think of the base as an automated system. There's no person inside, it just uses the instructions to send the real data to the right place automatically.
So then once the paper lands on the right location, the base somehow like reads that piece of paper, or it's just like it senses that it's at this location and then it just sends whatever data is at that location?
You can think of the base as having its own staff who see that instruction, grab the right data, and send it back to the requester.
But they see the instruction because it's at the right location, or do you see what I'm saying? Like if we picture the base as being segmented into 10 different locations, let's say the boss sends the piece of paper with location 5. The base director sees location 5 and it sends that piece of paper with the address of location 5 to location 5. So now that piece of paper with the number 5 on it is at the location number 5. Then there's somebody who sees that paper at location 5 and is like, oh, well, I already know that the piece of paper has the number 5, so there's no point in me reading the paper to see that the location is number 5. Do you see what I'm saying? Unless there's more information on that piece of paper other than number 5. Do you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. In networking, that piece of paper usually contains more than just the location, like instructions or data on what to do with it. Once it reaches location...
So that address pathway does not only say where the location is, because there's two different things, right? Either the piece of paper has only the address, but the base director doesn't send it directly to the exact address, and so then the base then has to just get it in the general location, and then the base has to go to the specific location, or the piece of paper just has more information other than the address. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. In this analogy, the request typically carries both the address and the instruction, like saying go to location 5 and retrieve the data there. Once the location receives it, it responds with the actual data. So it's more than just an address. It's both where to go and what to do.
So it's like once it receives it, it reads the piece of paper, and it says, okay, this is location 5, which is already where I'm at. So it kind of is redundant in reading the fact that it's go to. Why does it say go to location 5 when you're already at location 5? Do you understand?
Yes, that part can seem redundant, but it's a built-in check to ensure the right location is handling the request. It confirms, I'm location 5 and here's the data you asked for, which helps avoid errors.
Okay, so it just says like this is for location 5, these instructions are for location 5, and I need you to do what? What would be an example?
Sure, for example, that paper could say, location 5, please send back the customer record. Location 5 reads that and sends the data requested.
But there's different types of data that exist at location 5?
Right.
Okay, so the base director is sending an address, and within that address, it includes the address itself and the type of data that you want from that address, and then the base only sends that type of data from that address.
Exactly.
Okay, and so far you've only used the address pathway.
Yes. So
okay,
far,
so then the base sees that piece of paper, it reads it, and then it follows the instructions at that location, and then it sends those items it throws those items back to the base director.
yes, the base
Okay, and then the base director sends those items back to the boss, and it's no specific location, it just sends it to the boss.
Exactly. The base sends the
Okay, cool. I think I get it now. So now if we bring this analogy back, what we have is the CPU sends the address with the address instructions to the memory controller. The memory controller then sends those address with the instructions to the memory, and then the memory then sends the data, follows the instructions at the specific location and sends whatever data it's asking for to the memory controller, and then the memory controller then sends that data back. Isn't it seem kind of redundant to send the data to the memory controller and then the memory controller to the CPU when you could just send it from the memory to the CPU? At least on the way back. Like on the way there, it could make sense, but on the way back, it seems kind of redundant.
I get what you mean. The memory controller acts like a traffic manager, ensuring data moves reliably between CPU and RAM. It may seem like an extra step, but it centralizes coordination and handles timing.
But you don't need maybe timing?
Right, the memory controller makes sure requests and responses are timed and ordered properly. Direct communication without it could lead to conflicts or errors.
But okay, let's say that you just had the address and sending data to the memory using the memory controller, but the memory going back to the CPU doesn't go through the memory controller. Why would that be problematic?
Without the memory controller coordinating, you could have multiple CPUs or devices trying to access memory at once, leading to data collisions, unpredictable timing, and errors. The controller ensures orderly, synchronized communication. Want to explore more about how that timing works?
Well, like the CPU would be receiving data as it's also trying to send data or something, or what?
Exactly. The memory controller coordinates reads and writes so the CPU doesn't get conflicting signals or data collisions. It ensures that timing and access rules are followed, preventing errors and keeping...
Okay. But then let's say the CPU wants to send data to memory. Then it would send the address first to the memory controller, then it would say like, hey, I'm going to send you data or something, and those would be the instructions.
Yes, the CPU sends both the address and instructions to the memory controller, which then coordinates the actual data transfer to the memory. This ensures that everything happens
But it's like the address gets sent to the memory controller and then the data gets sent to the memory controller, or it's like the address goes to the memory controller and then the memory controller sends the address to the memory, and then the CPU sends the data to the memory controller, and then the memory controller sends the data to the memory.
Exactly. The CPU sends both the address and data to the memory controller, which then coordinates writing that data to the correct place in memory.
So the memory controller receives the address and then it receives the data.
Yes, the
Okay, and then the memory controller sends the address and then it sends the data to the memory.
Right.
What would be an example of the instructions? Like if we go back to the analogy, the base director would send the address to the base of like, hey, store these items here, and then it would send the items. Like, do you see like the base director would just get the message and be like, okay, I'm about to receive items, so I need to be prepared to put the items at this location or something?
Exactly. An instruction might say, write these items to location 5. The memory controller then prepares to receive the data and ensures it's stored at the right place.
Okay. All right. I think I get it. But the thing that's confusing to me is like if the base director that first sends the address sends the address with the instructions to location 5, and then doesn't it just send the items directly to location 5? So it's like the base doesn't really need to do anything if the items are already sent to direction 5, right? Unless it needs to like open a door and put it, like the location 5 has like a door that the base needs to like open up and then put the items in or something.
Exactly. The memory controller acts like that door, coordinating access, so only one set of data moves at a time, and ensuring the memory and CPU stay synchronized. Without it, you'd risk conflicts and data corruption.
But do you see how I'm confused when you're writing data? It's like you send the piece of paper with the address with the address and instructions to the base at location 5. The piece of paper says, "Hey, I want you to store these items at location 5." The base is like, "Okay, I'm ready to do that." And then it receives the items. But it receives the items already at location 5. So what else does it need to do if the items just already go immediately to location 5?
I see how that's confusing. The memory controller doesn't physically hold the data, it just coordinates when memory can accept or send data. Think of it as someone managing who opens the door and when, so the CPU and memory don't talk over each other. Without that manager, you'd have timing issues and possible data corruption.
Okay, so so the address is like hey, open the door at location 5, and then the base opens the door at location 5, and then the base director sends the data to the items to location 5.
Exactly.
And it goes inside that door.
Right.
And then after it receives the items, it closes the door again or something?
Yes.
Okay, and then if it's like receiving data, then it sends the address at location 4, and it's like, hey, open the door to location 4, and then the base opens the data at location 4, and the instructions say like, give me back whatever's in location 4. So it opens the door at location 4, and then takes those items and sends them back to the base director, and the base director receives those items, and then it sends it back to the boss.
Exactly. The memory I'm here if you have any more questions. Just let me know. If you'd like to explore more about
cycle. Now, if you're using single-channel memory controllers, your data bus is usually going to be 64 bits wide, and this happens on most modern computers. In addition to that, when we look at the address bus, there's a width associated with that as well, and this can be either 32-bit or 64-bit. This is determined by how many locations the CPU can keep track of and be able to access the data by properly addressing it. If you're using a 32-bit CPU or an x86-based CPU, you're only going to be able to use a 32-bit address to access data over that memory bus. Now, because of this, you have about 4 billion items that can be addressed, which is known as 4 gigabytes of data. This is because you have 2 to the 32nd bits available to be able to address that information. Now, if you're using a 64-bit CPU, on the other hand, you have 2 to the 64 possible address locations, which calculates out to roughly 184 quintillion possible options. Now, in terms of memory, we call this 16 exabytes of data. And this means we can address a lot of data if we're using a 64-bit processor. Most of our systems these days aren't going to use 16 exabytes of RAM because that would be prohibitively expensive, and there's not really enough space on most motherboards to plug that much memory in. But this is our upper limit. The real important thing is that if you're using a x86 or 32-bit processor, you can only address a maximum of 4 gigabytes of memory, and this is a huge limitation for modern computing.
So why are you limited to only 32? Why is a 32-bit processor only have a maximum of 4 gigabytes of it can only address a maximum of 4 gigabytes? I don't understand that, because it just like doesn't have the power to send more, or I don't understand.
a 32-bit processor can only create addresses that are 32.
Say that again?
Sure, a 32-bit processor can only form memory addresses that are 32 bits long. That gives you 2 to the power of 32 unique.
Wait, why can it only do that?
Because with 32 bits, the processor can only generate 2 to the 32.
But why does it have 32 bits? Like, what does that even mean?
That refers to the width of the processor's registers and data paths. With 32 bits, it can handle 32-bit chunks of data at
computing, because most modern operating systems are going to require at least 4 gigabytes of RAM at a minimum to be able to operate.
So like, I guess what you're saying is like 32-bit processor can only address a maximum of 4 gigabytes of RAM because one that would require more than like an address that would require more than 32 bits. It literally just doesn't have the space to fit that address.
Exactly.
Sufficiently. On the other hand, if you're using a 64-bit processor or x64 architecture, this means you can access more than 4 gigabytes of RAM at one time, and that's why you'll see this used in systems that have 8, 16, 32, or 64 gigabytes of RAM, because they have access to all of that RAM, which gives them much better performance.
But could you move? Because it seems like, okay, so let's say you have a 32-bit processor, but you have a RAM that can hold, let's say, 64 gigabytes. You can only access 4 gigabytes of that RAM, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But is it possible to move and that's because like literally part of the RAM, all the rest of RAM that's outside of those 4 GB are just outside of the address range. So it literally just can't reach it. So could you theoretically just move around the data at RAM? So like if you had something that was at a memory address that was outside of its range, you could just swap to like the thing that was within the memory range with something that's outside of the memory range, like swap those two, and now you can access that one that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to access.
In theory, yes. Techniques like paging or memory mapping can swap chunks of data into the 4 GB addressable range, but that requires special hardware or an operating system that manages which parts of memory get exposed at any.
How do they do that?
They use a technique called memory paging or segmenting. The operating system and memory controller move chunks of data between physical memory and a smaller.
But how can the memory controller do that if it can't even send the address in the first place? Do you know what I mean? Like that's the whole problem.
The memory controller only has 32-bit lines for addresses, so it can only generate and interpret addresses up to 4 GB. To access beyond that, systems use methods like paging or segmentation, where chunks of physical memory are mapped into the addressable range.
But how do they do that?
They use paging, where the memory controller and operating system map chunks of physical RAM into the addressable.
But how can the memory controller do that if it literally is still outside of its range?
It uses paging and virtual memory. The memory controller works with the CPU and operating system to map parts of physical memory.
You see what I'm saying? Like when we talk about 32-bit, like if we say that the base is 32 bits, the memory controller is 32 bits, but the memory has more than it has 8 GB of location, right? So the memory controller, let's say like they have a piece of paper that they have numbers on, and that number defines where the address is. A 32-bit one has a piece of paper that literally can't hold anything that's outside of that 4 GB range. So like because the piece of paper just isn't big enough, you know, like they could get there theoretically, but they just don't know where to go because their piece of paper can't hold an address that's a bit longer than that 4 GB range. So what I'm trying to figure out is how would you do memory mapping using the memory controller if the memory controller doesn't even know how to go outside of the 4 GB range? You're saying it uses paging. I don't know what paging means. Like who's doing the thing? Who's moving it?
Paging is handled by the operating system and hardware working together. The CPU uses a page table, managed by the OS, to map virtual addresses to physical memory. The memory controller follows these mappings. Even if the physical RAM is larger, the OS can map different sections into the 4 GB address space as needed. So the CPU...
But how does it do that if the piece of paper it can't fit it? Like how is it getting to that location?
The CPU uses a memory management unit and paging. The MMU breaks memory into pages, and the operating system maps those pages into the 4 GB address space. When a program needs to access data beyond that range, the OS swaps pages in and out, so the CPU still works with addresses it can handle, while the memory controller moves the actual data behind the scenes.
Okay, I don't understand that. I don't think I need to though.
This is another reason why you want to choose a 64-bit processor over a 32-bit processor for most modern computers and applications.
Okay, so all that I really need to know here is there's there's CPU. Yeah, no, actually this is good. And then I just need to know also that like yeah, I just also need to know that like there's a limit, so like 32 like what is this, traits, I guess, traits, so like 32-bit processor can only access right? Sorry, say that again.
Sure, a 32-bit processor can only directly address up to 4 gigabytes of memory. Anything beyond that requires the operating system's paging to swap data in and out.
They can only address. It's like if you picture a car, it has enough gas to get to the location, but it literally just doesn't know where to go. Is that kind of the problem?
That's a good analogy. The processor has the capability, but is limited by the size of its map. It can only label addresses.
Okay. 64 processor practically has no limit of addressing, right? Because we would never have RAM that could hold exabytes of RAM or whatever.
Exactly. While 64-bit addressing can theoretically handle exabytes, real hardware and operating systems impose practical limits far below that.
So practically speaking, there's no limit to 64-bit, right?
In practical terms, 64-bit CPUs can handle vastly more memory, often hundreds of terabytes, but the actual limit depends on the motherboard and operating system. So while there's effectively no practical limit for everyday use, it's not truly infinite.
There's no, the CPU itself has no practical limit in terms of addressing. Like, it could be limited by other stuff, but the CPU itself, the 64-bit one, has no practical limit in terms of what it can address.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. Lock in, James. Okay, so we got SODIMM. Yeah. I think I got that good. Addressing refers to the RAM, the CPU getting data, accessing memory, like identifying and retrieving data from memory. Okay. That's what addressing means. SODIMM is going to be a type of RAM. Okay. And it's classified as DDR345. DDR345. It's going to be just the different types of SODIMMs.
The difference is you're also going to include the term SODIMM in front of their name. So you might have something like SODIMM PC4-16000, and this tells me that this is a DDR4 SODIMM module that operates at 16,000 megabytes per second.
What does PC mean? What is a SODIMM PC4? But what does the PC stand for in PC4? So why does it say PC4 instead of SODIMM DDR4? PC4 is expressing the data rate, but SODIMM is the form factor. DD4 is not the form factor. Okay, it still doesn't explain why they use PC instead of DDR4. Right? It's like shorter, but they could just like say SODIMM 4 or something like that. If there's only DD4, 3, 4, 5.
Or 16 gigabytes per second of throughput. Now, when it comes to
and they express this in megabytes, usually. Okay, so does DDR3, 4, and 5, are they the megabytes. They're the ones that are going to determine the data rate, the megabytes. So different but PC4 just says it's DDR generation, but the 2133 says the exact speed because each generation can have different speed, like individually. So you could have like two of the same generation, but they operate at different speeds. Okay, so we have the generation and then also the speed.
To installing a SODIMM module into a motherboard, you're going to do this by inserting it into the slot.
But it's going to be in megabytes. Like the DDR3, 4, 5 have ranges, I'm assuming, for speed. And the range of speed is always going to be, the speed that they describe is always, they're going to describe in megabytes for each generation when they talk about the speeds. But if you say DDR4 1600, what are you saying? So you would so PC just translates DDR4 to the megabytes instead of transfers. It's now you're in megabytes. So it's a transfer. So a transfer is 8 bytes. One transfer is 8 bytes. Is there a term for from bits to bytes to? But is there another word that people use to define 8 bytes other than transfer? But is there how do you call this? A measurement that's above bytes? But is there one that's smaller than kilobytes but bigger than bytes? A transfer? How many megabytes are in one kilobyte? Sorry, how many bytes are in 1 megabyte? How many kilobytes are in 1 megabyte? So does that mean that there's 1024 megabytes in 1 gigabyte? So transfers is specifically a DDR transfer speed term. They only use that when talking about DDR3 DDR generations or DDR speeds, and it's called transfers. And one transfer is equal to 8 bytes. And when we say PC, it's talking about megabytes now. The DDR conversion is converted to megabytes. So we're saying.
At a 45-degree angle, and then you'll push it down flat against the motherboard, and it will be locked into place using retaining clips. When you're using a standard desktop module of DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5, you're instead going to insert the module straight in from the modules are still going to be classified as DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5. The only difference is you're also going to include the term SODIMM in front of their name. So you might have something like SODIMM PC4-16000, and this tells
It's DDR4 16,000 megabytes, which is roughly 16 gigabytes.
Tells me that this is a DDR4 SODIMM module that operates at 16,000 megabytes per second or 16 gigabytes per second of throughput.
But he's saying that 16,000 megabytes is equivalent to 16 gigabytes, which is not true, right? But do people generally just say it's like, do they just equivocate like to 1,000 if it get easier?
Now, when it comes to installing a SODIMM module into a motherboard, you're going to do this by inserting it into the slot at a 45-degree angle, and then you'll push it down flat against the motherboard, and it will be locked into place using retaining clips. When you're using a standard desktop module of DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5, you're instead going to using a standard desktop module into the slot at a 45 a SODIMM module into gigabytes per second of throughput. Now, when it comes to installing a SODIMM module into a motherboard, you're going to do this by inserting it into the slot at a 45-degree angle, and then you'll push it down flat against the motherboard, and it will be locked into place using retaining clips. When you're using a standard desktop module of DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5, you're instead going to insert the module straight in from the top at a 90-degree angle to the motherboard.
So there's DDR3, 4, and 5 of not SODIMM, and then there's also SODIMM. Oh, so there's DIMMs and there's SODIMMs. So DDR3, 4, and 5. So it's more like SODIMM is inside the category of DDR3, 4, and 5, and also DIMMs. SODIMMs and DIMMs are both within that category. Okay. And SODIMMs are going to be smaller than DIMMs. SODIMMs are more so for laptops, or they're for both?
And push it into place until it clicks, and then use the retaining pins to hold it in place. As a technician, one of the easiest things you can do to improve the performance of a system is to install additional memory, taking the system from 8 to 16, 16 to 32, or 32 to 64 gigabytes of RAM, and this can drastically improve the performance of your system.
Okay.
We're going to talk about multi-channel. Channel memory. Multi-channel memory allows a system to use two different memory modules at the same time in tandem to increase the performance and throughput. For example, if I'm using single-channel memory, this means that I'm using one 64-bit data pathway or data bus between the processor, the memory controller, and the RAM modules. But if I have two different modules and I operate them in what's known as dual-channel mode, I can then have two 64-bit pathways working together, giving me essentially 128. I'm using one 64-bit data pathway or data bus between the processor, the memory controller, and the RAM modules. But if I have two different modules and I operate them in what's known as dual channel mode, I can then have two 64-bit pathways working together, giving me essentially a 128-bit pathway.
Help me understand. Help me understand data pathways, or it's like single channel versus dual channel, or yeah.
You're referring to memory channel configurations. In single channel, all your RAM modules operate on one channel, while dual channel uses two, allowing the CPU to access memory faster and improve.
But what's actually going on here? So, say it again.
Sure. In single channel mode, your system uses one memory module, so data move through a single path.
One memory module? What is a memory module? There's two different types. Is a memory module just a thing of memory?
A memory module is a physical stick, often called a DIMM or RAM stick.
Okay, so single channel just only sends data to one, versus dual channel allows you the CPU to work with two.
Exactly. In single channel, the CPU exchanges data with one memory module at a time.
Okay.
Glad that makes sense. Let me know if you want more detail on how dual channel improves performance or anything else. In dual channel
Hold
mode,
on.
it means the CPU can transfer twice as much. Sure. If you have more questions about memory or anything else, just let me know.
so the CPU, it's also the memory controller has to be able to do that too.
Exactly. The memory controller, often built into the CPU, must support dual-channel mode. If it does, it can
The memory controller is something that's inside of the CPU.
Yes, modern CPUs typically have an integrated memory controller built right into the processor.
Oh, so then you don't send an address to the memory controller, do you? Or
You still send addresses, but the
CPU is sending it from what? Its core or something?
Yes, the CPU cores send data through the memory controller, which is integrated into the CPU.
The cache is separate from the core.
Yes, each CPU.
So when we talk about a 32-bit or 64-bit, are we talking about the core?
We're talking about the width of the processor's registers and data paths. A 64-bit CPU can handle larger chunks
So we're talking about the CPU package, not necessarily the core.
Exactly.
The data is going to what then within the CPU? Or coming from what? The core? Okay, so maybe I'll just do like a circle. This is gonna be the CPU core. The data is actually gonna be going. Okay, so will it do the same thing where it has a pathway to the memory controller? Does it kind of do that same process with the cache? The core? And it does through a similar bus process? No. The communication between the CPU core and the cache. So the cache exists within the core? So there's a cache within the CPU, and then there's also a cache within the core. There's two different caches within the CPU. Oh my god! And it's like a super small cache or something. Okay. Okay, so then the L1 will send the thing to the cache? We'll have the memory bus to the cache, or what? So is the L1 the thing that sends and receives the data? So does it bring, when the CPU wants to do something with data, does it bring it to its cache or does it bring it to its L1 cache? Holy shit. And then it also stores data in its other cache. But the core or the L1 is the thing that's actually sending the data? Okay, so at first the L1 will look to its other cache, and if it's not there, then but it has that when it looks for data from its regular cache, then it does the same data address bus sort of deal. But L2 or L3 don't live within the core, or they do? There's multiple cores that exist within one CPU. Let's just talk about one core to make it simple. But in a single core CPU, do they have multiple caches or just one? But L2 exists within that single core, or no, it exists on the chip but not at the core? Okay, so there's L2 and L3, which are just different caches. Okay, how does L1, L2, and L3 interact with each other? But the core is the one that's looking for the data, or L1 is the one that's looking for the data? Do you see where I'm confused here? Okay, but it does it have a bus? Are they called bus pathways, or what are they called? Okay, is there a bus within the core to the L1 or no? But it seems like if it connects to the core, then it's not actually a part of the core. Okay. Okay, so So then the core will communicate to L1. We can say that's step 1. And then if it's not L1, then it communicates to L2. But it has an address and a data pathway. Jesus. Okay, to make it simple, I'll just call it the bus. So these are all buses. So first it'll go L1. If it's not L1, then it'll go L2. If it's not L2, then it'll go L1 will go to L2. The core will go to L2, or L1 will go to L2. Okay, and then if it's not in L2, then the core requests it from L3. Okay, and if it goes out to L3, then it goes out to L3. Or sorry, if it's not in L3, then the core sends it to the core, or L1 sends it to the memory controller. So the core checks L1. If it's not L1, it checks L2. If it's not L2, then it checks L3. If it's not L3, then the core sends it to the memory controller. And these all have multiple arrows, like data goes to and from. Okay. Okay. And then if it's bus 2, a second bus would be the CPU having the power of dual channel. And you're using them at the same time. And what's it for, what's it if it's just one bus that you're using? Single. So you have single and dual. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, so... Okay. So it's not an L2 and L3, then it sends then there's the bus to the memory controller. And then the memory controller goes to the module. That's the bus of the module. Okay. And the bus can be 32 or 64-bit? Oh, but that bus width is going to be determined by the CPU.
This interleaving actually gives you increased performance.
So if you have two 64 bits, then you have 128 bit. Okay, but yes. But if you have two 32 bits, you have 64-bit in terms of speed, but you don't have 64-bit in terms of memory possible findings, right? Wait, just say what you said before again. Cut out.
It's actually more than just doubling your speed. I like to think about it this way. When you're using actually gives you increased performance, it's actually more than just doubling two 64-bit pathways working together, giving me essentially a 128-bit pathway. This interleaving actually gives you increased performance.
What's interleaving? So dual channel memory is interleaving. But interleaving is not necessarily dual channel, because you have like quad channel or something like that, or
performance that's actually more than just doubling your speed. I like to think about it this way. When you're using interleaving, let's say you had two horses and they're pulling a cart. Now each horse might be able to pull 100 pounds by itself, but working together, those two horses can actually pull 250 pounds. Now this is actually more than each one could do by themselves or adding them together. And that's really what happens when we start doing interleaving. This is the same idea with the speed of access and interleaving. Now when we do this, the sum total of both can actually access more than either one could do individually. So what kind of multi-channel setups might you find out in the field? Well, there's really four basic ones. These are known as single channel, dual channel, triple channel, and quad channel. With single channel, you're using one memory module on one bus. So if you have a 64-bit data bus, that means you're going to have 64 bits being sent to and from the processor at every clock cycle. If you're using dual channel, this is going to require two memory modules and two memory slots on the motherboard that are working in tandem together and interleaving themselves. This takes those two 64-bit pathways and combines them to give you essentially 128 bits of data pathways and combines them to give you essentially 128 bits being sent to and from the processor at every clock cycle. If you're using dual channel, this is going to require two memory modules and two memory slots on the motherboard that are working in tandem together and interleaving themselves.
interleaving. What does that term mean more broadly? So interleaving in refers to studying, refers to going back and forth. But you're not doing both at the same time. But when you talk about interleaving with addressing, then you're talking about with an addressing, then you're talking about at the same time. But when you're doing the interleaving, interleaving is the process of accessing the memory, or it's the process of placing the memory within two different memory modules. Do you see what I'm saying? The difference. Do you need a CPU that can support single or dual channel? Or do you need two cores in order to do single or dual channel? Can one core do single or dual channel? what about the motherboard needs to support it? But I thought that you said CPUs all support dual channel. Oh, okay. That's not the core, it's the CPU itself. It needs to have dual channel, but that's just about the memory controller.
This takes those two 64-bit pathways and combines them to give you essentially (128 bits of data being sent per transfer every single clock cycle instead of only 64. In addition to this, you might move up to triple channel, and with triple channel, you're going to use 3 memory modules and 3 slots all in tandem with this interleaving notion to give you up to 192 bits of data transfer over that path to the 64-bit processor. And finally, we have quad channel. Now with quad channel, we're going to take 4 memory modules and 4 slots and have them all working in tandem to give us 256 bits of data transfer on each clock cycle to and from the processor from our memory units. Now, when you're configuring dual channel, triple channel, or quad channel, it's important to consult your
So what if you have multiple cores? How does that change things? Could you have like a lot of memory modules that each core is like? Could you have like 2 different cores that each do dual channel? So that's quad channel by having. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, so you have multiple memory controllers. And you would need a core for each memory controller or something. Okay. So how does multiple CPU cores affect this? Like, can you send multiple signals to the memory controller at the same time with multiple cores, and that's why it's good? But you could have multiple cores, each with 1 bus to the memory controller. But they would be using different buses, right? It goes to the same buses. I know that the memory controller and the memory has the same bus as the CPUs, like that part. But there's the bus between the core and the memory controller, and then there's the bus between the memory controller and the memory module. So I'm just talking about between the core and the memory controller. If you have multiple cores, wouldn't you have to have multiple buses? Because the CPU cores are at different locations. But those cores exist at different locations, right, within the CPU package? But because each core exists at a different location within the CPU package, then in order for that core to communicate to the memory controller, they can't send it from the same location because each core exists at a different location. So then they needed a separate pathway, right? maybe I can analogize it to this. So I'm picturing the CPU as the CPU is the house, and each core is a person within the house, right? Now, in order to go to the memory controller, which is the front door, there has to be a pathway for that person to go to the door, right? So I'm saying each pathway to the door has to be different, right? They're not using the same. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The interconnect, same shared interconnect. What's the interconnect? Is that different from the bus? But isn't there a bus between the core and the memory controller, or no? So I'm saying each CPU core is going to have a different interconnect. Like, you could say, like, for example, each person can be existing inside of their room in the house, and each person is going to go inside the same bus, but they have to have a bus like, there's a pathway from their room to the hallway, and in the hallway, all the same hallway goes to the door. So you could say like that each bus goes straight from the core to the memory controller, but you have to get a bus to the bus. Do you see what I'm saying? The same way that you have to have a pathway from the hallway, sorry, the room to the hallway, you have to have a pathway from the core to the bus if they all share the same bus. Okay, I think I see what you're saying, actually.
Motherboard's manual first. This is because every motherboard is a little bit different in how they set them up. For instance, just because your motherboard has 4 slots doesn't mean it supports quad channel. It may only support single channel and dual channel, and you wouldn't know that unless you checked your manual. Generally, when you're looking at the slots on your motherboard, they're going to be labeled as 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or A0, A1, B0, B1 if we're doing them in banks. Again, it's important to check your documentation on your motherboard to know which slots to put your memory in, especially if you want to be operating in something other than a single channel configuration. Another thing to keep in mind when using multi-channel configurations is that it is considered a best practice to use the same model, speed, and throughput of memory in all of the slots that are going to be a part of that same multi-channel working together. For example, if you're going to have 4 slots on your motherboard and you're going to be operating in dual channel configuration, and so you're going to use 2 of those slots together, you want to make sure that the memory module in both slots is the same size, such as 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes, and the same speed, such as 16,000 or 32,000 megabytes per second, to ensure that you're not going to have any compatibility issues or errors pop up later on. So, when it comes to multi-channel memory, remember, you can have multiple modules working together to give you faster speeds in addition to having a higher overall amount of memory that you can use for storage. This is an important consideration to have, and so if your motherboard does support multi-channel and you're already going to be using multiple modules, you might as well take advantage of the increased speed that you can get by using multi-channel as a configuration feature.
So is multi-channel, it only exists from like, is there going to be 2 buses to the memory controller as well, or it's just going to be 2 sorry, is there 2 buses when we're talking about dual channel? Are we talking about 2 buses from the core to the memory controller, or are we talking about 2 buses from the memory controller to the memory modules, or are we talking about both? Okay, so there's never going to be 2 buses within the core and the memory controller, even if you're using. Okay. So in order for dual channel to work, you have to have the same generation module or same exact speed. But does it have to in order to work?
Known as error correcting code. But first, we need to cover the concept of non-parity and parity in terms of memory. Now, when we talk about non-parity, this is memory that is just standard memory. It doesn't check for errors and allows data to be put in or taken out of memory at will, and this is what most memory is going to be. Non-parity is very cheap to manufacture, and it has a higher speed than does parity memory. Parity memory, on the other hand, is going to be used to perform basic error checking and ensure the memory contents are reliable and have integrity. Because of this memory is going to be slower than non-parity memory, but it has that reliability that's going to be needed for servers and certain high-end desktop workstations. Now, memory that has a parity check is going to be able to do a basic calculation based on what it's seeing to verify the data is good or not. And if that data is good, it will use it. And if it's not, an error will occur, but it won't be able to fix it. It'll just be able to say, there's an error here, but I don't know how to fix it. Basically, this works by having every byte having a parity bit associated with it. So instead of having 8 bits, you now have 9 bits, because it's 8 data bits plus 1 bit for parity.
Does parity only exist between the CPU and the memory controller, or it exists between the CPU memory controller and the memory module? Okay, so typically you'll have a bus. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, let's just say it's single channel. So you have a bus between the memory control and the memory module so far. No, I'm saying between the memory controller and the memory module. The CPU cores are all between the CPU and the memory controller. So that's another side. That's just a separate side. I'm talking about once the data has already reached the memory controller, because that's when parity starts. It starts at the memory controller. It doesn't start at the CPU core level, right?
That parity bit is going to be set at write time, and then it's going to be calculated and compared when you read from the memory to determine if any of the bits have changed since that data was last written into that memory. This type of checking is limited to detecting those single bit errors though, and if there's 2 bits that have been altered, that parity check may actually pass, because remember, bits can only be a 0 or a 1. So, for example, let's say I stored the number 0, which is written as 00000000 in binary. Now, if I add all those bits together, I get 8 zeros, which gives me 0 for my parity bit. Now, if I go to read that number from memory and I see there are 8 zeros, I add those together and I get 0. 0 matches my parity bit as 0, so this is good data.
So bits are all packaged together to mean a data unit is a package of data that contains bits, right? Okay, so let's just talk about that. There is one. Hold on. There is a byte that's getting sent through, and it's the byte of 0, right? So 0 is going to be made up of 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's 3, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to be made up of 8 zeros, and then at the end of that, then that's going to include the parity bit. So like if you have 8 zeros, then that parity bit is going to be 0 or 1. Sorry, say it again. Hello.
Now, on the other hand, let's say I was writing down the number, which is from memory, and I see there are 8.
Okay, so yes, then the parity bit would be 0. But that parity bit would exist within the data unit, right? Like the data packet or something? Okay, cool. So, cool. So, okay, cool. And and what happens if it doesn't match it? How can it correct single bit errors though? What is it doing? I know once it finds that it flips it back. Oh. But how does it know which bit to flip back? I don't understand. Like, okay, so let's say, so that's normal, that would pass. Let's say that one of the middle ones was passed, so it's like 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. So the first 4 are zeros, the fifth is a 1, and then the last 3 are zeros. The parity bit would be, and then let's say the parity bit would be 1 then, right? But how would it know what it's supposed to be? Okay, but I'm saying, let's say that the MC sends just one packet, data packet to the memory module. Wait, how? But the way it works is the memory controller does not receive the parity bit, right? Doesn't it only send the parity bit, or does the CPU send a parity bit? Oh, okay. So it'll send the data with the parity bit, and then when it receives the data back, it'll just check the parity bit, and if the parity bit changes, then it's like, oh, this is no bueno. And then it'll flip that parity bit. How does it not know which one is the flipped bit though? So like the example would be, it sends the 8 zeros with the parity bit of 0 to the memory module. Then when it receives that same thing back, then it'll be like, oh wait, this was a 1 before, and it'll somehow know which one is extra. Like let's say it's like 1, it'll say like it's 1, 1 or something. The thing I don't understand is, how does the flipped bit indicate which bit is flipped? All you know that is that the bit is flipped, unless it remembers the order of all the bits. What do you mean check bit? What does it mean to check bit fail? how does it know which one it fails? All it knows is that the check bit fails, but how does that failure tell them which bit inside the data is wrong?
Zeros, I add those together and I get 0. 0 matches my parity bit as 0, so this is good data. Now on the other hand, let's say I was writing down the number 1, which is written as 00000001. Now if I add all those numbers together, I'm going to get 1, and I'll put that in my parity bit of the 9th bit. By doing this, I now read from that and I get 00000001, and because that all adds up to 1 and that matches my parity bit, I know the data is good. But if I put that into memory and it sat there for a couple of hours and that 1 got changed to a 0 by accident, if I read that now and I get 00000000, and I add those together, I get 0, and I compare that to my parity bit, which had a 1 in it, that now tells me that there's an error and something went wrong. I don't know which of those 8 bits got changed, but at least one of them did. Now, on the other hand, if that number from 00000001 got changed to something like 01010001, I now had 2 bits that were changed from 0s to 1 by accident by the memory. When I look at my parity, it's still going to be a 1, because when I'm adding those up, if it's an odd number, it's going to be a 1 for my parity bit, and if I add those up and it's an even number, it's going to be a 0. So as you can see, you're not going to be able to detect an error if 2 bits were changed inside of this if you're using a parity type calculation. Now, the good news is about 90% of most errors are going to be a single bit type of error, and so parity checking can usually be sufficient for most of our situations. But if you're dealing with something like running servers for a bank, having any kind of errors could be a bad thing. So we want something better than parity, and that's where ECC comes into play. Now, ECC stands for error correcting code, and error correcting code is a type of memory that takes parity up to the next level. Now, not only can it detect there's an error just like parity can, but it can also correct that error for you as well. Now, ECC is a little bit slower than parity, which is also slower than non-parity, and so you're giving up some performance for this extra capability, but you are getting higher integrity and reliability out of your memory when you're using ECC, because it is going to be able to detect those errors and fix those errors. In general, you're only going to see ECC, or error correcting code, being used in really high-end workstations or servers because of the additional cost, and that extra high level of integrity is only needed in those types of environments. Now, you may be wondering, how does ECC actually determine what was wrong and how to fix it? Well, to do that, it's going to use something known as buffered or registered memory. Now, buffered memory or registered memory has additional hardware that's going to sit between the memory and your CPU or processor. This hardware is called a register, and it stores data to a buffer before it's being sent to the CPU. This feature is used as a reliability measure in a lot of systems, especially systems something known as buffer.
So, buffer or registered memory, does that exist between the memory module and the memory controller? So then does the bus go to the memory module, the memory controller, then goes to the buffered or registered memory, buffered or registered memory. So the bus goes to the buffered or registered memory, and then it goes to the memory module? Which one's more common, buffered or registered memory? So does the bus go to the registered memory? And each bus is going to have arrows going both directions. But it can only go one direction at a time.
Buffered or registered memory. Now, buffered memory or registered memory has additional hardware that's going to sit between the memory and your CPU or processor. This hardware is called a register, and it stores data to a buffer before it's being sent to the CPU. This feature is used as a reliability measure in a lot of systems, especially systems like servers that have lots of different memory modules where errors could occur. These systems require buffering or registering the data in order to reduce the electrical load used by these systems that have large amounts of memory modules. And this can be paired up with parity or error correcting code memory to be able to give you that additional reliability that you're looking for and detect those errors. Now, in order to use error correcting code modules, your motherboard has to support it as well as your CPU. If either of those components don't support ECC, then even if you buy the ECC modules, which cost more, you're not going to get that extra ECC benefit. So keep that in mind. Also, most motherboards either support ECC or they don't. It's not generally an option. So if you buy a motherboard that supports ECC, you're going to have to buy ECC modules, which are those registered memory modules. Now, if you do find a motherboard that supports ECC or non-ECC modules, generally, they won't support both at the same time. So all your modules have to be ECC, or none of your modules can be ECC. Having a mixture of them can cause errors in the system, and the motherboard won't know how to handle it. Now, the last thing I want to mention is that if you're using DDR5, DDR5 does have some error checking internal to the modules themselves. This is not considered ECC or an ECC module, and so this error correction inside the newer DDR5 modules can be used on motherboards that don't support ECC, and you'll still have some error checking capability. This is a different form of error checking, and DDR5 modules still can be sold as either ECC or non-ECC modules, because in addition to that internal error checking, they can also work with the CPU.
So the modules have to be error correcting or not error correcting, and then also the CPU has to be error correcting or not error correcting. But the CPU has the memory controller inside typically, so the CPU has to have the feature of error correction, or no, it doesn't really matter. It just needs to be possible by the memory modules. What do you mean the system? Okay, so either a CPU supports error correction or it doesn't. And then so the CPU either does or does not support ECC, and then the memory module either does or does not support ECC. Are those the only things, or is there, like, does the motherboard need to support ECC too? So do you need anything else besides the CPU, motherboard, and memory module to support ECC? But if you're getting a CPU that supports the ECC, will that CPU even work on a motherboard that doesn't support ECC?
And the motherboard if they support ECC, and they are now error correcting code as well.
But if the memory modules have some that support ECC and some that don't support ECC, then the memory modules won't work together. Okay, and what if you have a motherboard and CPU that support ECC, but the memory modules, all of them don't support ECC? Will that be fine, or nothing will work? So you'll only run into problems if you have memory modules that mismatch the ECC. And what if you have ECC memory but you don't have a motherboard or CPU that supports ECC? Then you'll have errors.
Well, I know that gets a little confusing, so just be aware of that when you're out in the field.
Oh my god.
In this lesson, we're going to talk about ECC memory, known as error correcting code. But first, we need to cover the concept of non-parity and
Okay, I need to understand how ECC does. How does registered memory help ECC work? Like, how does ECC work? But ECC relies on registered memory. Can you have ECC without registered memory?
Computer crashes, reboots. randomly or shows the dreaded blue screen of death. For the average user though, this isn't really the end of the world, but some systems, like cloud servers or supercomputers, rely on being operational for 24 hours a day, and a fatal crash could mean the loss of data, service outages, or cost a company millions of dollars. But for some IT professionals, this may seem like a catastrophic server outage is actually the end of the world. The likelihood of it happening, thanks to technologies like ECC memory, can actually be quite slim. ECC memory is a term you've probably heard floating around our channel before, but what does it really mean? ECC stands for error correcting code, and the principle behind it, using mathematical methods to check data for errors quickly, has actually been around since about 150 BC, when Jewish scribes developed a process in which they looked at the number of words in a page or line to quickly determine if there were transcription errors. ECC memory works much the same way, as it can quickly check and correct for the most common types of data corruption, which often are the cause of crashes and data loss. Okay, so why is this so important? Well, the more that we use cloud services and virtual machines for massive calculations and computing means servers are not only important to large corporations, but also to the average consumer. Take your Dropbox or iCloud account, for instance. The servers which store your precious data rely on ECC memory to prevent memory failures, which may otherwise leave your data inaccessible or, worse, lost altogether. Many things like electrical, magnetic, or even cosmic interference can cause a single bit whose value is either 1 or 0 to spontaneously flip to the opposite state. As you may know, each byte in your memory is made up of 8 bits, which in the case of your computer's native software language might represent a letter or a number. If a single bit is switched to its opposite position, the result might be garbled data, and if this byte is critical to a system's operation, it can cause a crash or a failure. ECC memory corrects for this by first performing what is called parity checking, which involves storing an extra parity bit that represents the sum of all the ones in an 8-bit group. The result of this is either an odd or even number, 1 or 0. If the sum doesn't match up with the parity bit the next time the RAM accesses the data, then the system will know that at least one part of the bit must have been corrupted. Then, in this case, ECC RAM will refer back to code it generated using a special algorithm when the good data was first stored in memory, and use this code to correct the error, restoring the original 8-bit block of data. So that's cool, right? But if you're asking, should I buy ECC memory for my next build, and you aren't making some kind of server where 0 downtime is absolutely necessary, then the answer is likely no. ECC memory comes at a higher cost with worse performance due to the greater processing required, and isn't even compatible with most consumer motherboards. Not to mention, if you're going for that flashy RGB dream rig, you might be disappointed to know.
Okay, so ECC exists within the thing that does the calculation that stores the data. It stores that in the registered memory, or it stores that inside the memory controller? But it does parity. It sends. So ECC sends the data with sorry, ECC sends the data with parity, right? Okay, and then it not only sends the data with parity, but then it also has some calculation that it does when it stores the data to know which specific bit was flipped. But is that calculation that's stored somewhere? Okay, so not only does it, so it stores, so the data packet consists of the parity bit as well as the, like the check bit calculation or something? Okay, so there's one bit that is flipped. They check for the parity bit, and then they also check the other bits or something like that. So it has a parity bit for each individual bit or something? So it has a set of check bits that are attached to the normal bits. Can you give me an example of this? Wait, make it simple. Just be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. And how many of these these check bits are bits themselves that occur through a calculation? But those check bits could themselves get flipped accidentally, right? So how do they get around that? But would the check bits be equivalent to the regular bits? So it would be like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, and then also the check bits would also be 8 bits inside one data packet? Okay, let's just say 4 check bits for simplicity. So you also have 4 check bits, which we could say is like 0, it could be like 0, 1, 0, 0, or something like that. That would be an example of a check bit that would be, that would be next to the regular data, that would be next to the regular data. Okay, and that is stored inside of memory. But if those check bits get flipped, then the calculation will be wrong, it will be off, right? Like, don't you run into the same problem? But, like, can we give a simple example of this? Like, somehow, like, with math equations? So we have the regular data packet of 4 bits, and then we have the check bit of 3 bits. Okay, what will be the check bits? Wait, first, before you tell me the calculation, tell me the outcome of the calculation first. Zero, 1, 0. Okay. All right. Now there's a calculation for each P1, P2, and P3, right? Okay. So tell me what the calculation is for P1. Okay, let's simplify this to 1, 0 or 1, 0, 1. Now you would have how many, if you have 3 bits in a data packet, how many parity bits would you have? Because it seems like ECC is just the check bits are all parity bits. It's just multiple parity bits. So how many check bits would there be for 3 bits? What would be the check bit outcome? So the check bits would be 1, 0. And how did you calculate the first one? It's positions, what, D1, what is it? Okay, so D1, P1 is equal to, sorry, P1 is equal to D1 and D2. And then P2 is equal to D1 and sorry, do it again. P2 is calculated from D1 and D3. Okay, alright, cool. So hold on, let's go. Okay, so P1 is blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. So okay, so now my question is, let's say, is there a way to flip the numbers to where ECC just can't detect it? And are those higher reliability systems just versions of ECC or something? But no matter what, you still have a chance of the bits being flipped in a certain way to where it's like, to where it doesn't check it, doesn't catch it. So it's just ECC is something that does multiple, and then if the bits flip, then it'll flip it itself. Okay, I think I get it. And basically its calculation is just the way that ECC calculates is it stores multiple parity bits that are calculations of the beginning parity bits. Okay. I think that makes sense.
And so you're giving up some performance for this extra capability, but you are getting higher integrity and reliability out of your memory.
So ECC would be something that would be a function of MC, right? AL is the address limit. CPUs can be limited on their addresses depending if they're 32 or 64 there. And that address limit would limit what they can access. Okay. Alright. Let's see if we can simplify this a little bit. I think I'll remember all that. I think we can just get rid of the core for now. Simplify it to the CPU. We can get rid of this being called the bus. I think I'll remember that. Once we're leaving. And we could just erase that for now. I think we understand. I think I'll remember that. And we can just
In this lesson, we're going to talk all about memory modules. The type of memory that you're going to use is going to be determined by the motherboard and its form factor. The best practice here is to check your motherboard's manual for the proper type, size, throughput, or 4. These chips had a 240-pin connector to connect their modules of throughput or 10.6 gigabytes per second of throughput using this by the memory module that is appropriate for your motherboard in terms of speed and keying. You can't put a DDR3 into a DDR5 slot and vice versa. Each one is keyed differently, so they won't fit into the other slot. Another thing to keep in mind is that it is possible for you to mix and match modules of the same type that have a different speed. For example, if I have two... In this lesson, we're going to talk all about memory modules. The type of memory that you're going to use is going to be determined by the motherboard and its form factor. The best practice here is to check your motherboard's manual for the proper type, size, and speed of memory that you're going to be buying before you purchase those new modules. While some motherboards allow you to mix the size of the memory modules, others may require you to have all modules being the exact same size. And when I talk about the size here, I'm talking about the capacity, such as 4 gigabyte modules or 8 gigabyte modules or 16 gigabyte modules. For example, some motherboards may support putting an 8 gigabyte module in slot 1 and a 4 gigabyte module in slot 2 to give you a total of 12 gigabytes of RAM, while others would not allow this because there's a size mismatch there. And instead, you'd have to put in 2 4s to give you 8 or 2 8s to give you 16, and there would be no way to get to 12 gigabytes on the system because there aren't 6 gigabyte memory modules available in the marketplace. In most modern motherboards, you can use what's known as single banks, where you can put any size module into any of the slots and mix and match them. But older motherboards to give you a total of 12 gigabytes of RAM, while others would not allow this because there's a size mismatch there. And instead, you'd have to put in 2 4s to give you 8 or 2 8s to give you 16, and there would be no way to get to 12 gigabytes on the system because there aren't 6 gigabyte memory modules available in the marketplace. In most modern motherboards, you can use what's known as single banks, where you can put any size module into any of the slots and mix and match them. But older motherboards did require you to do things in pairs, and that would be a bank of 2 or a paired bank. When you look at the form factor of your motherboard, this is going to determine how much memory you can support on a given system. This is where you can put any size module into any of the slots and mix and match them. But older motherboards did require you to do things in pairs, and that would be a bank of 2 or a paired bank. When you look at the form factor of your motherboard, this is going to determine how much memory you can support on a given system. This is because you may have only one memory slot, or 2, or 4, or 8, depending on the form factor of your particular motherboard. If you have a larger motherboard, it is likely to have more memory slots, and therefore you can have a total higher amount of memory supported by your system. Whereas if you're using a smaller form factor motherboard, you may only have 1 slot or 2 slots, and that's going to limit the amount of total system memory that you can install. Now, memory modules are going to vary by the type, which is going to be defined by the motherboard and its form factor, as we just mentioned. These are going to define the number of pins that they have on those modules as well, depending on what series of memory you are buying. For example, if you're using DIMM or dual inline memory modules, these might have a 240-pin connector, or a 184-pin connector, or something else like that, depending on which one you're buying. Another classification of the memory chips in the modules is its type. Now, in past systems, they use different types of memory based on the manufacturer. But in most current systems, we all use the same type of memory, and it doesn't matter which manufacturer you're using. Instead, we're doing it based on a version, such as DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5. Now, DDR stands for dual data rate. Now, the dual data rate is the most common type of memory that's going to be used in most systems. But there are a couple of examples in some specialty legacy systems where you might find something like RAM bus dynamic random access memory, or RDRAM, being used instead. Now, another classification we have when we look at memory modules is based on their speed. With older memory, this was actually classified in nanoseconds, for example, 60 nanoseconds. But over time, as we moved into DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5, those nanoseconds were so fast that almost all memory looked like it was the same speed because they were all operating in that 1 to 5 nanosecond range. So we started calculating this instead based on bus speed. For example, if you have a PC133 memory, this operates at a bus speed of 133 megahertz. Over time, though, the bus speed was no longer a valid calculation. 60 nanoseconds. But over time, as we moved into DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5, those nanoseconds were so fast that almost all memory looked like it was the same speed because they were all operating in that 1 to 5 nanosecond range. So we started calculating this instead based on bus speed. For example, if you have a PC133 memory, this operates at a bus speed of 133 megahertz. Over time, all use the same type of memory, and it doesn't matter which manufacturer you're using. Instead, we're doing it based on a version such as DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5. Now, depending on which one you're buying. Another classification of the memory chips in the modules is its type. Now, in past systems, they use different types of memory based on the manufacturer. But in most current systems, we all use the same type of memory, and it doesn't matter which manufacturer you're using. Instead, we're doing it based on a version such as DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5. Now, DDR stands for dual data rate. Now, the dual data rate is the most common type of memory that's going to be used in most systems. But there are a couple of examples in some specialty legacy systems where you might find something like RAM bus dynamic random access memory, or RDRAM, being used instead. Now, another classification we have when we look at memory modules is based on
DDR3 and DDR4 and DDR5 are types of RAM.
on their speed. With older memory, this was actually classified in nanoseconds, for example, 60 nanoseconds. But over time, as we moved into DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5, those nanoseconds were so fast that almost all memory looked like it was the same speed because they were all operating in that 1 to 5 nanosecond range. So we started calculating this instead based on bus speed. For example, if you have a PC133 memory, this operates at a bus speed of 133 megahertz. Over time, though, the bus speed was no longer a valid calculation either because almost all systems were operating at the same bus speed, and instead we started measuring memory in throughput. Now, throughput is calculated based on the bus speed and the width of the data bus. So for example, if I was using an older DDR2, which is known as PC2-6400, this tells me that this is operating at an 800 megahertz bus speed and has a throughput of 6.4 gigabytes per second of bandwidth. We can see the 6.4 gigabits per second of bandwidth because we see that 6400 number after the PC2, and PC2 tells me this was a DDR2 module that I was using. All right, now that we've covered some of the basics of memory modules, let's take a look at PC2 bus. So for example, if I was using an older DDR2, which is known as PC2-6400, this tells me that this is operating at an 800 megahertz bus speed.
Why? Oh.
And has a throughput of 6.4 gigabytes per second of bandwidth. We can see the 6.4 gigabits per second of bandwidth because we see that 6400 number after the PC2, and PC2 tells me this was a DDR2 module that I was using. All right, now that we've covered some of the basics of memory modules, let's take a look at memory modules and how they progress through time to our current systems of DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5. First, we had DRAM, which stands for dynamic RAM. DRAM is one of the oldest types of memory, and it required frequent refreshing of the contents inside of it to make sure it wasn't lost. DRAM would store each bit of data or program code in a storage cell that consists of a capacitor and a transistor, and it's typically organized in a rectangular configuration of different storage cells. A DRAM storage cell is dynamic, and it means that it needs to be refreshed or given new electrical charge every few milliseconds to compensate for the charge leaks from the capacitor, otherwise the data stored in that DRAM will get lost. As an improvement to this, we moved into what's known as SRAM, or static RAM. Now, SRAM solved this issue of the constant refreshing, but it was really expensive to manufacture. Because of this, SRAM was only used in very high-speed needs, such as L1, L2, and L3 CPU caches, hard disk buffers, and LCD screen buffers. You'll still see static RAM used today in those caches, and again, because it's so expensive, we have a very small amount of that inside of each of our processors. Next, we have SDRAM. Now, SDRAM stands for synchronous DRAM. This was the first memory module that operated at the same speed as the motherboard's bus. The initial chips were 168-pin dual inline memory modules, known as DIMMs, and they had their speed rated in megahertz. The common naming conventions for these were things like PC66, which means it was using a 66 megahertz bus, or PC133, which meant it was using a 133 megahertz bus, or PC266, which means it's using a 266 megahertz bus. Now, while SDRAM performed at the same speed as the motherboard's bus, the CPU itself operates much, much faster than the motherboard's bus. To help bridge that gap, there's a new type of memory module created called DDR SDRAM, and this stands for Double Data Rate Synchronous Dynamic Random Access Memory. Now, this type of memory can transfer data 2 times per clock cycle, and thereby it basically doubles the speed of transfer over a traditional SDRAM module. These modules came with 184 pins to be able to connect to the bus, and they were rated in megabytes per second as their throughput. And a good example of this is something like PC-1600, which provides you with 16.0 megabytes per second, or 1. PC. These modules came with a doubles the speed of memory can transfer data 2 times per clock cycle, and thereby it basically speed rated in megahertz. The common naming conventions for these were things like PC66, which means it was using a 66 megahertz bus, or PC133, which meant it was using a 133 megahertz bus, or PC266, which means it's using a 266 megahertz bus. Now, while SDRAM performed at the same speed as the motherboard's bus, the CPU itself operates much, much faster than the motherboard's bus. To help bridge that gap, there's a new type of memory module created called DDR SDRAM, and this stands for Double Data Rate Synchronous Dynamic Random Access Memory. Now, this type of memory can transfer data 2 times per clock cycle, and thereby it basically doubles the speed of transfer over a traditional SDRAM module. These modules came with 184 pins to be able to connect to the bus, and they were rated in megabytes per second as their throughput. And a good example of this is something like PC-1600, which provides you with 16.0 megabytes per second, or 1.6 gigabits per second of throughput. The next type we had was known as DDR2 SDRAM, and this is double Double Data Rate SDRAM version 2. This has a higher latency but faster access to the external bus, which give you overall better speeds. These chips had a 240-pin connector to connect their modules into the slot, and they were rated in megabits per second, just like the original DDR was, but at higher speeds. When you see these written out, it would be written as PC2- and a number, like PC2-4200, which stands for 4200 megabytes per second of throughput, or 4.2 gigabytes per second of throughput. After that, we introduced DDR3, and DDR3 stands for Double Data Rate 3 SDRAM. DDR3 runs at a lower voltage and at a higher speed than DDR2 because it is a newer generation with these improvements. But again, the latency here actually increased over those previous DDR2 modules. But again, because there's a faster speed overall, the latency isn't that big of a deal for us. Now, these modules also have a 240-pin connector, just like DDR2 does. But each of these modules is keyed, and what I mean by that is there's actually a little notch in the bottom of the set of pins on the bottom of these memory modules. Now, with DDR2 and DDR3, that notch is in a different place. So you can't take a DDR2 module and put it in a DDR3 slot, and you can't take a DDR3 module and put it in a DDR2 slot. They're not cross-compatible that way because of this keying. Now, the common way that we write this is PC3- and a number. So if you see PC3-10600, this means that we have 10,600 megabytes per second of throughput, or 10.6 gigabytes per second of throughput using this DDR3 module. When it comes to DDR3, you're normally going to see data transfer rates or throughput of 6.4 to 17 gigabytes per second, and a maximum module size of 8 gigabytes per memory module when using DDR3. Now, as an advancement to this, we come up to DDR4 and DDR5. DDR4 is Double Data Rate version 4, and DDR5 is Double Data Rate version 5. DDR4 is going to have speeds of 12.8 to 25.6 gigabytes per second of throughput, and a maximum module size of 32 gigabytes per module, whereas DDR5 has a throughput of 38.4 to 51.2 gigabytes per second, and a maximum module size of 128 gigabytes. Now, I know I just gave you a lot of different numbers, and you're probably wondering, do I have to memorize all these different speeds? And the answer is no. For the exam, you are not going to be asked how fast a DDR3 or DDR4 or DDR5 is in terms of throughput. But if you see in a test question something written as PC4-16000, you should be able to know that that means that is 16,000 megabytes per second, or 16 gigabytes per second, and it's a DDR4 module. Another example of this might be PC5-42000, and this tells you it is a DDR5 module that's running at 42,000 megabytes per second, or 42 gigabytes per second. When it comes to memory modules, remember, you must buy the memory module that is appropriate for your motherboard in terms of speed and keying. You can't put a DDR3 into a DDR5 slot, and vice versa. Each one is keyed differently, so they won't fit into the other slot. Another thing to keep in mind is that it is possible for you to mix and match modules of the same type that have a different speed. For example, if I have two DDR5 modules, one at 38.4 gigabytes per second and one at 51.2 gigabytes per second, and I put them both into this motherboard, yes, they would both fit because this motherboard supports DDR5 and the slot is the same. But because they transfer different speeds, the motherboard is going to communicate at the slower speed to both modules. So you end up paying more money for a faster module, but you're not getting that speed increase because it's having to lower itself down to the slower module and match that speed. So it's always a good idea to buy modules in pairs if you're going to use multiple modules, so you're using the same brand, the same speed, and the same throughput in a given system. Now, the final thing we need to talk about when it comes to modules is the size of the modules. If you look at a DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5 module, they're actually pretty long. They're about the size of your hand from your wrist to your fingertips. But if you're using something like a laptop or an all-in-one unit, you can't fit that larger module into those systems. So there was something created known as SODIMM. SODIMM stands for the Small Outline Dual Inline Memory Module. Now, SODIMM modules are still going to be classified as DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5. The only difference
So SODIMM is going to be DDR3, 4, or 5 SRAM. But at DDR3, 4, and 5 are all types of SRAM, right? But are they? What's the difference between RAM and SDRAM? SDRAM. Okay, so RAM is another word for SDRAM. But DRAM, SRAM, and SDRAM are all types of RAM.
you're also going to include the term SODIMM in front of their name. So you might have something like SODIMM PC4-16000, and this tells me that this is a DDR4 SODIMM module that operates at 16,000 megabytes per second or 16 gigabytes per second of throughput. Now, when it comes to installing
If it doesn't say SODIMM, is it automatically assumed to be DIMM? Or if it doesn't say SODIMM, then it's going to say DIMM?
a SODIMM module into a motherboard, you're going to do this by inserting into the slot at a 45-degree angle, and then you'll push it down flat against the motherboard, and it will be locked into place using retaining clips. When you're using a standard desktop module of DDR3, DDR4, or DDR5, you're instead going to insert the module straight in from the top at a 90-degree angle to the motherboard and push it into place until it clicks, and then use the retaining pins to hold it in place.
Okay, so DRAM, SRAM, SDRAM, DDR1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all different types of RAM. The form factors for RAM are just going to be SODIMM or DIMM. Did DRAM, SRAM, and SDRAM, did they all come in DIMM and SODIMM, or was it a different form factor? Is SDRAM and DDR SDRAM different types of RAM? So you could have an SDRAM that doesn't have DDR.
As a technician, one of the easiest things you can do to improve the performance of a system is to install additional memory, taking the system from 8 to 16, 16 to 32, or 32 to 64 gigabytes of RAM, and this can drastically improve the performance of your system.
So S versus P bank is gonna refer to the motherboard, right? Is form factor, like keying, is that going to be a feature of the motherboard and RAM, or just RAM?
We have cache memory inside the processor that's extremely fast. Then in this lesson, we're going to talk about virtual memory. Virtual memory, also known as a page file, is essentially a block of space on your hard drive or solid state drive that's allocated by your operating system and tends to be memory or RAM when your physical RAM is running short or low for your actively running program.
Your hard drive could be an SD drive, or it only exists on the hard drives. But does when he says a block of space on a hard drive that is allocated by the OS and pretends to be RAM when describing virtual memory, does virtual memory only exist does he mean hard drives as in storage drives, or does he mean hard drives as in specifically hard disk drives? Okay, so we'll just call it a store an SD, an STDR. STDR is a storage drive. Okay, cool. So virtual memory is another name for the RAM that exists within your storage drive. Virtual memory exists within your storage drive. Hmm. Okay.
Now, this is a great feature from most modern operating systems that allows you to basically emulate that you have more memory than you really do. But keep in mind, this is not a perfect fix for all solutions, and it really is more of a temporary solution for you. And if you're running into a lot of uses of virtual RAM, you're probably going to need to increase your physical RAM on the system as well. Now, why is that? Well, remember, when we're dealing with the different types of memory and storage, we have three main types. We have cache memory inside the processor that's extremely fast. Then we have our physical random access memory or system memory, and that RAM is slower than cache, but it is still way faster than using a storage device like a hard disk drive or even a faster solid state drive. When it comes down to it, there is no real replacement for physical memory, but in a pinch, virtual RAM can be used. Now, when it comes to virtual RAM or virtual memory, as we often call it, there's really two types that you'll see. If you're running on a Windows system, you'll hear this referred to as a page file. If you're running a Linux, Unix, or Mac system, this is usually referred to as swap space.
Okay, so um okay, so when we're talking about virtual memory, this is going to be faster than regular storage memory, and regular than RAM memory, like storage data, or it's virtual memory is going to be faster than the storage drive's normal like locations, or I don't even know how to describe that. But is virtual memory faster than just accessing your storage drive directly, or? Well, like, the way it works is that your CPU will send send data to the memory, and then memory will send data to the storage drive, and then the storage drive will send data back to the memory, and then the memory will send data back to the cache. Like that's the process, right? So so my question is, when you're using virtual memory, you're using a specific part within the storage drive, or but in order to for the CPU to bring data to its cache, it can't do so using um it can't do so using um it can't do so by bringing going from the memory controller to virtual memory and back to the memory controller. It has to go through RAM, right? But when you say it gets used when RAM is full, does the virtual memory just go straight to the CPU instead of to RAM first? So, like, if you want to use the data that's in virtual memory, you can only do that if you free up space in RAM. But it can store data in virtual memory. It just can't access data directly from virtual memory. Okay.
Both of these mean the exact same thing. It's essentially a hidden file on your storage device that will increase in size and pretend to be system memory for you. So as your physical system memory runs out, data will be transferred from that physical memory into that page file or swap space, and it will pretend that you have more memory than you do. Now, a clear sign that you're relying too much on your virtual memory is when you start hearing your hard drive churning a lot while you're working on different programs. This is because things are being swapped into and out of that page file or swap space and back into RAM. And every time that happens, it has to read and write that from the hard drive, which slows down your entire system and all of your other processes. When you're dealing with virtual memory, your operating system is going to
Well, I don't understand why that slows down the whole process because, um, um, I don't understand why that slows down the whole process because, like, what's the purpose of virtual memory? Like, how does it speed things up? But why can't it just store it in storage like normal? Why does it have to store it in virtual memory? Okay, so virtual memory is like the same as normal storage. How do you describe the data that's in storage if not memory? Okay, so virtual memory and storage data both are like the same. The only difference is that virtual memory is like a part of the storage drive that goes directly into RAM as soon as there's space. And why does it help it from crashing? Like, why would your computer crash if there was no virtual memory? But why couldn't it just send it to the storage drive, like normal, instead of freaking out? It'd just be like, hey, like we don't have room for this, so it's just going to the storage drive.
In this video, we're exploring the exciting world of memory management. We'll go over the problems with allowing programs to directly access RAM and how virtual memory and paging solve those problems. Here we go. Let's assume we have a computer where every memory access is done using the actual physical address in main memory. Direct memory access creates several problems. The first problem is security. Since there are multiple programs that share the same memory space, all running in parallel, no one really prevents one program from accessing or changing the memory of other programs.
What does it look like for a program to access memory? Like, where does the program live? Doesn't the program live in memory? Or I don't understand. So when he says the program accessing or changing memory from other programs, is he saying like memory accessing other memory, or what is he saying?
It's like the Wild West. Every process could just waltz in and write over another's memory, like outlaws randomly shooting each other in the leg. It's not a question of if things would crash, but when. Fun fact, the first version of Windows, up to Windows 3.11, didn't have any protection against this problem at all. Windows 95 and 98 and the Millennium Edition had some enforcement, but still allowed direct access to memory. As you can imagine, this lack of memory protection made them highly vulnerable to crashes and security issues. Any program, whether malicious or just poorly written, could overwrite critical system memory, which led to crashes, data corruption, or even hardware instability. The second issue is fragmentation. Consider a system with a contiguous block of 1 GB of free RAM. The system loads 3 programs. The first needs 200 MB of memory, so the system allocates a 200 MB block at the start. The second program needs 300 MB, so another 300 are allocated after the first program. The third program needs 250 MB, so another block of 250 MB is allocated after the second program. After allocating all memory required for those 3 programs, there's still a free block of 274 MB at the end. At some point, the first program finishes executing and is released from memory. Now, we have a free 200 MB block of memory at the start and a 274 MB block of free memory at the end, which adds up to a grand total of a whopping 474 MB of free space. Next, a fourth program comes along, requests 350 MB of memory, gets rejected, and doesn't start at all. Even though the total amount of memory is larger than what the program requests, it can't get it since the memory is not contiguous. This rigid fixed mapping of each program to a specific area in main memory causes it to have holes bigger than a traditional Swiss cheese. The third problem is insufficient memory. Older systems didn't have the luxury of having bigger than a traditional Swiss cheese. The third problem is insufficient memory. Older systems didn't have the luxury of having a typical 16 GB RAM we have installed in almost every home computer today. 32-bit systems could only access memory addresses up to 4 GB, so computers could run into the issue of not having enough memory when lots of programs run in parallel. This is relevant for modern computers as well, because modern-day software require much more memory than older programs, so even though memory capacity grew over time, the problem of not having enough memory is still relevant. Aside from security, fragmentation, and insufficient memory problems, directly accessing physical memory also has several smaller issues. Memory is wasted when common code is loaded multiple times. For example, a common C library used by multiple processes must be loaded into memory separately for each process, even though all copies contain the exact same code. This not only wastes memory, but also causes programs to start slower, because each program has to load all common libraries into its own allocated memory space. The final point I'll mention is that direct memory access requires entire programs to be loaded into RAM before execution begins. Since entire programs must fit in memory, large programs might not run when many other programs are loaded into memory. To solve all of these problems, operating systems implement memory access indirection. Instead of locating a memory address based on its physical location in memory, the operating system creates a virtual address space and maps it to physical memory. In a multi-process system, each process has its own virtual memory space and is unaware of how the operating system maps its virtual memory to physical memory. Since a process cannot directly access physical memory, it cannot modify data belonging to other processes or interfere with their execution. Taking control of physical memory access away from individual processes and giving it to the operating system significantly improves the security and stability of the entire system. I wanted to let you know that I wrote a short ebook that teaches the fundamentals of CPU caches. Looking up this information online can be tedious and frustrating because it's scattered across different sources. On the other hand, buying an expensive book and sifting through hundreds of mostly irrelevant pages isn't ideal either, so I created a short 20-page guide on CPU caches that explains fundamental concepts like cache associativity, architecture, data organization, the read-write process, the locality of reference principle, and the modern cache hierarchy. Every topic includes examples and illustrations to help you easily understand these concepts. Link is in the description below. The second issue that virtual memory solves is the insufficient memory problem. Running multiple applications can quickly consume available memory, especially when using memory-intensive applications. With virtual memory, the operating system can extend the available memory by using disk space. A special file called a swap file or page file serves as an extension of main memory. A program always writes and reads from its virtual memory space, but the actual data could be mapped to either physical RAM or to a hard disk. If enough physical memory is available, a program is loaded and executed normally. But if memory is scarce, the operating system swaps some data to disk, making room for new processes. This mechanism is called swapping, and it allows the system to run applications that exceed their physical RAM capacity at the cost of performance. But mapping
So virtual memory is a little bit faster than just regular storage drives because it's like a physical spot within the storage drive that the RAM knows to access it from, right? Instead of having to look through the entire storage drive, it just knows like, okay, I'll just look where the virtual memory is.
Virtual memory isn't inherently faster than the rest of the storage drive. It's simply a designated area the operating system uses to extend RAM. Accessing it is slower than real RAM, but no faster than standard storage.
So I don't understand, what is the advantage if it's no faster than regular storage?
Virtual memory isn't faster than regular storage. Its advantage is letting the system keep running when RAM is full, preventing crashes. It's a backup space, not a performance boost.
But how does it let the system keep running?
It lets the system keep running by giving the OS a place to temporarily store data that doesn't fit in RAM, so programs can continue working while less used data waits on the drive.
But what would be the difference between it storing that data in the storage drive and it storing that in virtual memory and it storing that data just in the storage drive?
The difference is mostly about how the operating system manages it. Virtual memory is a dedicated storage area that the OS uses to swap data in and out of RAM automatically. Without that system, you'd have to manually save and load data from the storage drive, which would be much more cumbersome and likely cause programs to fail when RAM is full.
every virtual byte to a physical byte would
assign these memory locations to these different processes in chunks that are 4 kilobytes in size. These chunks are known as pages. Now, the memory controller is going to be able to move things into or out of physical memory by using these 4 kilobyte chunks or pages, and this actually frees up more of your physical memory. But remember, the CPU in your system can't read directly from the hard drive like it can from memory using its bus, and therefore, that stuff
I'm gonna have to come back to this. So I'll say
Take your time.
under rewatch virtual memory video. Oh,
Just
shit.
Sure,
Fuck you.
I'm here to help, so let me know if there's something specific you'd like to discuss or clarify. If you're feeling frustrated, it might help to take a moment or talk to someone you trust. How can I assist you right now? I'm still here to help. If you have any questions or need
You're still
assistance,
here to help. You're always here to help, I feel like.
that's right. I'm here whenever you need information or assistance. What would you like to do next?
You're always here to help.
If something's on your mind, feel free to ask or let me know what you need.
Wow, that was 4 hours? What the hell?